Three wide on the road to Indianapolis. We all now had the 24 hours snatched from them. Snatched from them. The 100th anniversary is won by Ferrari.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Le Mans for the 2026 edition of the 24 Hours de La Sarthe. Here this afternoon, we've got a wonderful, massive field of drivers ready and waiting on the pace lap at the moment of this 24-hour race. The classic, the most historic of endurance tests, twice around the clock, Hypercars, LMP2s and GT3s, all raring to go in this race this afternoon. We're very much looking forward to bringing it all to you live here on ACV TV over the course of the next 24 hours. My name's Ewan O'Leary. I'm alongside Lorenzo Bonda in commentary and a hypercar driver indeed for this race as well. And Lorenzo, it's great to be alongside you for this race. It's the most historic of endurance tests here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, and I can't wait for this race to get underway. There is no place like Le Mans.
There's no place like Le Mans. I'm glad to be back, virtually speaking, because I've been there in 2024. It's gonna be great racing throughout the teams. We're doing this in partnership with VSCA. I'm so looking forward to see two organizations that kind of like have collaborated quite a lot through the years, because we have teams that drive it over there and some that drive over here, and now finally getting something working together for this first edition of the 24 Hours of La Sarthe.
It's a race that has been so highly anticipated. There's so many teams in this race, by the way. We'll run through a few of them as we build up to the start of the 24 hours. But as we said, there is no place like Le Mans. Here is the track map itself, as has been the layout from about 2015 onwards. 8.5 miles and 13.5 kilometres in length. And it depends who you ask as far as turns are concerned, but 33 turns, all of them very, very difficult. Le Mans often is talked about as about the straights, Lorenzo, but actually it is in these high speed and low speed corners where this race is won and lost. You can't win at the Circuit de la Sarthe with just a low downforce car and that's it. It's a lot more complicated than that.
No, it's exactly that. You're not going to make your win on the straights, especially that they have the Mulsanne chicanes, right? The Daytona and Le Mans and Mulsanne chicane at turn 11 and 12. If it was like back in the old days, right, Ewan, back in the 60s and up all the way to the 90s, then you could say, oh, maybe a low downforce would win or something like that because the car's pulling nearly 400 kilometers per hour on the Hyundai Edge straight and all the way up to the Mulsanne corner in turn 15. But because you have to negotiate with the Porsche curves and the Indianapolis at turn 18, the Porsche curves starting from turn 23 all the way down to turn 28 basically, and you have to be kind of careful how you negotiate the car because you're gonna need that downforce. And if you do not have that downforce, either two things are going to happen. You're going to scrub your tires, which are going to be quite key in this race, just like it is at ESCC. But also, furthermore, there is a good chance you might end up in the Michelin wall or any of the other walls that might be around the Porsche curves or any of the other curves you might go into.
Yeah, indeed. There's so many storylines to pick through on today, but let's just push on a few of them to begin with. First of all, starting in the Hypercars, Rosso dominating the week so far, taking every single one of the sessions so far, the Ferrari Rosso Esports team. So FP1, 2, 3 and 4, then the qualifying session, then the Hyperpole session. So they are on the pole, and their big rivals, the BMW M Team Bravo Snow Team, are alongside on the front row. In further back in the GTs, Project 91 have been very fast in practice. They topped 2 of the sessions, FP1 and FP3, but they will start at the rear after trouble in qualifying, and every team in each of these classes will be fighting for inaugural trophies this year in 2026 of the 24 Hours de la Sarthe this season. But on Hypercar, Lorenzo, which you'll obviously know a lot about, this is what we're dealing with, denoted by the red colours on the left-hand side when we see the tower during the race, just in the high 600s horsepower-wise, at 1.1 kilos as well. And for silver drivers and above, that's the class that you'll be driving in a little bit later on. But as I mentioned in that storyline, it's the Rosso Esports team who've really been dominating so far.
Yeah, they're basically been doing very good laps in the practice sessions. Some of the teams that probably would be very hard to beat. But then again, we cannot take away the fact that this is going to be basically a 24-hour event. You cannot take away just one driver's performance. That pretty much that's what happened with Rosso. I think Robert said pretty much most of the times. I know Matteo's also put up a very good lap, especially in qualifying in the Hypercar hybrid pole. But you cannot take away just one driver's performance. It's the whole it's the whole thing, right? It's going to be for the other teams too. But because it is the fastest, believe it or not, it's not the fastest car, I think, in raw power down the straight. I think the LMP2 might have them beat because of the lack of because the hybrid cutoff, and also the engine power kind of like helps as well, because it's just the V8 that's pushing the LMP2.
I'll just run through the other classes that we have here today. LMP2 will be in the blue numbers on the left-hand side. They've got 600 horsepower, just under 1,000 kilograms, and then the driver classifications get a little bit more complicated. So silver drivers and above for the LMP2 class, minimum one silver driver for each team. That differs from LMP2 Pro-Am, where there is no difference in terms of the actual machinery, but there is in terms of the driving personnel. This is for bronze drivers and above. Bronze being the lowest classification of driver out of the four classifications, by the way. Minimum one bronze driver for each LMP2 Pro-Am team, and we'll talk about some of those teams in a few moments. In GT3, further down, or LMGT3 as it is here at Le Mans, they'll be on the green colours on the left-hand side. There you can see the manufacturer variety that we've got in this class as well. We've got Acura, Aston Martin, Audi, BMW, Corvette, Ferrari, Ford, Lamborghini, McLaren, Mercedes and Porsche all represented, and it's a very mixed field, mixed bag as far as the manufacturers are concerned, which is exactly what you want. Just over 600 horsepower for these 1.4 kilograms, and bronze drivers and above here as well for all the teams, and they have to have one bronze driver in each of these LMGT3 teams. Here is a discussion point, Lorenzo, that I'm very much looking forward to over the course of this race, because strategy is going to be so important. It's not a 24 hours at the Circuit de la Sarthe without double and triple stinting, potentially. They're going to have to at least be doing doubles at some stages this afternoon in any of, all indeed, of these categories.
Yeah, so this is going to be the interesting topic for us. So I'll remove myself from the commentator's perspective, and I'll put myself in the driver's perspective, right, Ewan? There is a potential rain down in the night, in the very late hours, right? I would say right about 1, 2 a.m. in the evening, right? In the middle of the night. If that happens, then these things are completely out of the gate. They are reset. So basically, you would get a new. It's a normal tire race, but because you have this 15 tire changes basically for everybody bar GT3s, you have to at least do 2 or 3 triple stints along your race and then manage them properly. Will some of the teams do that at the very beginning, and will some of the teams do that in the evening, where I think it is the best time for you to do that? Remains to be seen.
Let's have a look then, ready for this race to begin in just another lap's time. By the way, we've got another pace lap before we get underway. The 24 hours at the Circuit de la Sarthe, ready to get underway in just a few moments' time. But before that, let's get into the starting grid for this race. And as mentioned, on the front row, a big battle between the two Brazilian teams. The Ferrari Rosso Esports team, who've been so excellent all week, topping every single session, including Hyperpole, where they took a nearly 4/10 advantage over their big rivals. Porsche Project 91 racing team will start from 3rd place alongside their Italian compatriots, the Porsche Absolute Aslith team, on row number 2 in Hypercar. 5th place will be Ferrari Wastegate Racing, an all-American row here as well, as the BMW M Team TSR team will start alongside in 6th position. 7th goes to BMW M Team Delta Racing, another one of those Brazilian teams in 7th. Head of Porsche Fischer Motorsport, who will start from 8th. And rounding out the top 10, HRC Gamma Sim Racing alongside Cadillac Team WOSR, the World of Sim Racing team, the all-Spanish lineup rounding out the top 10. Ferrari W2 E-Pro GP, which Lorenzo is going to have a special affinity with, and indeed we'll be driving later on. That will start from 11th, in front of Cadillac, the Cadillac team in 12th place. Then Cadillac Eisbach Sim Racing, they're 13th, in front of Ferrari Vision 1 Motorsports, one of the 3 driver teams. A little bit less common, those 3 driver teams, but that's one of them from 14th. On to the LMP2s. After the 14 Hypercars, it's Bravo Snow who take the pole here in front of Impact Simsport, who start alongside in the number 6 car. The number 7 Impact Simsport car will start next. And by the way, the 6 free practice times were very good earlier on in the week. Starts from second though. The Pro-Am start to come in from this point onwards. The top 20 completed by Paul Botting Motorsport and the NOP number 89 team starting from 20th position. Number 11 Turn 1 topped one of the free practice sessions and indeed the first qualifying session, but didn't have quite such a good hyperpole. They're 21st alongside the other W2 E-Pro GP team in 22nd. Velocity Vanguard Racing are in 23rd in front of the Rick Team Racing car number 87. They are qualified in 24th. Flight Level Racing are 25th in front of Fury Simsport, who are alongside on row 13. Next up, for the back end of the LMP2s, getting towards now, Tri-State Racing 27th in front of the Grow Racing team, who are at 28th. Again, another 3 driver team there in LMP2. Again, they are the anomaly. One of only 2 actually in LMP2 for them. And Simcast Racing team, Pro-Am, another 3 driver team. They start from 29th in front of Virtual Power Sim Racing, who take the pole in LMGT3. They topped free practice 4 and the all-important hyperpole session. Bravo Snow got to 2nd in that hyperpole ahead of Paul Botting Motorsport, who ran our 32nd. Rosso Esports in number 75 are 33rd in front of Screeching Moose Motorsports. They are starting 34th and 5th in LMGT3. It's Impact Simsport number 16 who will be next in line. They're ahead of Wastegate Racing alongside on row 18. Next row is Delta Racing, 37th ahead of Paul Botting Motorsport, who will be 38th. Another one of the teams on the back end of the middle field, I should say, of the LMGT3 field. Touchman Consulting are 39th in front of Off in the S's Racing. That rounds out the top 40 in this field. Still plenty of LMGT3s to come. Velch Competitions are 41st in front of Rusty Spatulas Racing, the all-Finnish crew, starting from 42nd in their McLaren. 43rd is the 967 iRacing team, ahead of GoWin Racing in number 18. They topped free practice 2, by the way, but qualified quite some way back in 44th. Fischer Motorsport are 45th alongside the number 2 Vortex team in their Aston Martin, the all-Belgian crew, starting from 46th position. 47th to Team World of Sim Racing, going along with their sister Hypercar. They're 47th overall in the GT3s ahead of Flight Level Racing, who are in 48th place. Running out the top 50, it's poised by VF, with then the delayed machines at the back. Porsche Pack Simsport with a late driver change, having to start from the very back of the field in 50th position. BMW M Team Delta Racing didn't set a time in qualifying, neither did HRC Team PBM. They are 51st and 52nd. Rosso Esports made a late driver change in LMP2, and the number 15 will start from the back of that category as well. Double stint by TSR, also making a late driver change, will start from 54th rather. Driver change also for Vulture Motorsports in number 64. They're 55th, ahead of Project 91 Racing Team. As we mentioned in our storylines, are starting right at the back despite topping 2 of the free practice sessions earlier this week. They're a very, very long way back to begin with, so lots of work for them to do. before we get this race underway. Keys to the race, Lorenzo, we've already talked about one of them. Double or triple stints in the tyre strategy. The challenge of the night and trying to stay unfatigued, if that's a word, and being patient, because this is a multi-class race. This has nearly 60 cars on the grid, and yes, it's a 13.5 kilometre circuit, but you've got to balance that aggression and survival mentality over the course of the 24 hours, certainly early on.
Yeah, like I said, this is a team race. Everybody is responsible for their doing in this race, their survival in this race, so they have to manage that. Like I said, double or triple stints, I think that, like we said before, we're gonna see triple stints somewhere throughout this race. Is not surprising. I said at least 3 or 4 triple stints to make it until the end, with potential of final tire allocation to do if you want to have like a like we say in Brazil, have a little bit of a fat in your body, so it's to just ensure for a potential contingency. What's going to be also important is going to be like this aggression and survival is going to be patience during overlapping. We know Le Mans, right? We commentated, I think, a lot of Le Mans already of these races, right? We commentated a lot of these at 24 Hours of La Sarthe of sorts, even. We know that Hypercars and LMP2s need to be patient where they're doing their overlap, especially under braking, because sometimes even the GT3s have some mechanical grip that can kind of like match the prototypes and can cause issues. So they have to be patient, and that's where the trouble comes, especially in the night, like Purest just said before. And we still have to think about rain, which could come, is about 20%, 15% during the evening at around 1 to 2, 3 a.m. So they have to be cautious about that, because if that picks it up, then the whole race gets another dimension. And I really don't want to be talking about it, because they have to be ready for rain. They're not drivers for nothing. They haven't put up many hours in the sim for nothing. They have to be ready for everything.
I want to add one more in as well as we get towards the beginning here, because you've just been talking to your team about the beginning of this race, I'm sure, and what to expect. But the first chicane at the Circuit de la Sarthe is actually very tight, and it's not the chicane you want at the beginning of a 24-hour race, to be honest. But what's the sort of mood amongst drivers who will be starting down there on the racetrack right now? There's so many of them, as we just saw, 56 car field here in this race. It's a magnificent field. It's a magnificent sight to see them all coming down into turn one. What is it like being down there at the moment? What's the mood among the drivers down there who are having to start this race in a few moments' time?
I think for those who are going to begin around the outside, coming outside of turn one, going up the Dunlop chicane, they're going to be, they're going to have to find ways to maybe de-accelerate the car and manage with the braking, right? Because we know braking over there, the brakes can lock up quite easily, and the car is going to just have one way going forward. Right now, they're basically lined up all after our notch. They cannot overtake. They cannot do anything else, like any movements, sudden movements, no weaving or anything of the sort. So they're going to have to remaining on their stations. So this is another key topic, right, Ewan? Because they are right there, the only thing that can help might be maybe nurse the tires itself, but the braking is going to go down. So that brake is going to be dead cold. It's going to be ice cold when they come to that chicane, and that's where the issues can happen. If that happens in real life, why wouldn't it happen on the virtual?
Well, absolutely. It is always a big discussion point, a big breathe-in moment for all of these teams racing down in towards turn one at the beginning of this race. Always a sight to behold, the 56 cars coming to the line at the Circuit de la Sarthe to begin a 24-hour race. The anticipation building all week. The practice sessions have been and gone. Qualifying and hyperpole completed. Now it's time for the 24-hour race itself. The one that everyone waits for in the beginning of June. The biggest 24-hour race of them all. 24 Hours de la Sarthe about to get underway in 2026. The drivers slow towards the four chicanes. The final time before this race gets underway. Ferrari Rosso Esports team will soon be racing down towards turn one as the pole sitters. Robert Santos bringing us to the green as they come through the four chicanes. The green flag's in hand. We're ready to go. 24 hours on the clock. 24 hours to La Sarthe is underway here at Le Mans. We're racing twice around the clock, and it's an even start for the Brazilian teams at the front. Santos and Melo in towards turn number 1 for the first time. BMW on the outside, turns to the inside at the chicane. They're side by side on the opening lap of the 24. Rosso get out first, just about with his nose in front, Robert Santos. And in behind, the 191 team of the Porsche team trying to get involved, Project 91, but they've got a small slowdown. Now they're going for the lead. It's an outside look through the Tetrou's S's. Project 91 up to second, and they're challenging for the lead, coming out of Tetrou's for the first time.
Yeah, and also we got issues at the exit of the chicane with the Albrecht Motorsports. A small lockup on the exit of the chicane. Lost basically all positions in the middle of the LMP2 field. He's going to have to come back and basically climb the mountain once again.
Down the Mulsanne straight for the very first time. Most of the drivers getting underway cleanly. We'll have a little look down the field as to those who've been delayed so far. Here's the LMP2 leaders. That's Pedro Ferrari leading the way there in LMP2. Matthew Davies is leading for Paul Botting Motorsport in the LMP2 Pro-Am class. Further back, the number 77 Virtual Power Team are leading. Thomas Silva has held on to the lead there in LMGT3. Matthew Davies with the best start though in LMP2 Pro-Am, by the way, to get the 62 up to the lead off of the start of this race. There goes the Cadillac past the leaders there in LMP2. But a change for the lead overall meantime, as the 191 Project 91 team get ahead of Ferrari Rosso Esports into the second chicane. New leader for the first time today, and it's Porsche Project 91 who are leading down into Mulsanne corner for the first time.
Yeah, it does not surprise me. Maybe the Porsche would have better traction than the Ferraris at the very beginning. Maybe the Ferrari gets a little bit better during the run. But there is some teams trying to get around, trying to cycle themselves out in the field, and everybody just trying to be safe out of this first few laps. And you can see all the way at the back already, too, going side by side at the exit of the Mulsanne chicane.
That's a little bit further down. Acura versus Ferrari down here for 10th position. That's the 54 alongside HRC Gamma Sim Racing. Indeed, coming through on the inside. That's going to be a top 10, it looks like, for the 54. Slips through nicely in towards Indianapolis for the first time. But yeah, clean start for the most part in the Hypercars. You mentioned the 96 getting a little bit crossed up for Albrecht there down the back end of the field. And we had those 3 starters from the back. Josh Mitchell, Felipe Silveira and JD Daniel had to start from the back, so they're having to jump through. And this is could hardly be more of a nightmare, could it, for the prototype teams, but also the GT teams who wouldn't have been expecting traffic on lap 1, but here it is.
Oh, and yeah, it's going to be quite complicated. I just saw a massive issue with LMP2s with Fury Sim Sport stopped at the exit of Arnage, but the problem is, be careful with the Reuter coming back into the field, because there's LMP2s, there's the GT3s, there's the PAX Hypercar right behind. Everything can happen right there in lap 1.
Certainly can. It's just about all has happened here on the opening lap. Dan de Ruyter gets back going again in LMP2 Pro-Am, though, thankfully, and he will hold on to 7th place for now and hope that things just settle out for him. But here is the LMGT3 battle, as I was mentioning. Thomas Silva leading in front of Rafael Rodriguez and Timothy Johnston, who rounds out the top 3. But it's Rosso Esports really applying the pressure at the moment to the Virtual Power Team in number 77 just ahead.
Yeah, we're going to get full course yellow in 10 seconds.
Okay. Now there's clearly trouble around the circuit. I can see the 189 stopped, and it's Velt Competition who are bringing out the first full course yellow.
10, 9, 8, 7.
Look what happened here in towards Indianapolis. Such a difficult section of corners, Lorenzo, and that's a Lamborghini Twitch and a meatball flag for 189 already.
Oi, and already issues. Some cars already getting locked up in the full course yellow, and fortunate to see that, and that's involving, I think, the World Sim Racing, Porsche Fischer, and also the 54 out of the W2 team. Yeah,
meatballs for 54 and for the 9 of Porsche Fischer, who've already turned off to the left-hand side there. For Tetrou's, they're going to need a tow as well here. So full course yellow out on the racetrack at the moment, but it's actually caused damage for another couple of teams as well here, as everybody slowed down for the full course yellow itself. Full course yellow, by the way, we haven't had a chance to explain this in the regulations yet, but it's appeared on lap number 1. But effectively, everybody will be running around on the pit speed limiter, basically like what you see in the World Endurance Championship, as you would. This is what happened. I mean, to be fair to everybody involved here, it looks like there's actually 2 involved, because the Porsche Fischer team are not involved in this one. But that's not a great place for the countdown to end. Obviously, there's nothing anyone could do about that. But slowing down through the middle of Tete Rouge is quite difficult.
Yeah, and that would be quite complicated here, as he was trying to bring it down as soon as the virtual safety car came in, but it was right in mid-corner. You're going to see right there Stuart Ash is going to have a problem. Made contact with the Delta team, just getting thrown to the outside of Tete Rouge, and basically the axle is broken. Yeah,
so Stuart Ash has had to tow back to pit lane. That has happened now. Matteo Benacci, who was the driver of that Lamborghini that went into the wall at Indianapolis as well, has also towed back to pit lane. So they are out the way now and off the racetrack at least. But we do have a damaged race car out there at the moment under full course yellow conditions, so this full course yellow may persist for a little bit longer. It's the fascination with a race like this, isn't it, Lorenzo, that we might see interruptions like this. We've got full course yellows. We do have the option for virtual safety cars, potentially followed by safety cars a little bit later, and we will talk about that as this race gets deeper into it. However, it's going to mix up the strategy. Not sure it's going to mix up too many things right now, because we're so we're so short into the race. We've not actually had very much time out there yet. However, deeper in the race, these kind of interruptions are really going to mix things up, and these are the things you have to adapt to as teams in this race.
Yeah, so this is the thing that basically can get a lot of the guys off guard, because some of them are not potentially used with this. So that would be miscommunication among the field. And unfortunately that we see that kind of thing happen. But then again, this is that kind of racing that is going to be not dictated in the first few laps. I know this is going to be looked at quite properly by everyone. And it's just going to be the way it is moving forward. Probably, I think, after this first scare of the full course yellow, I think everybody just going to calm their nerves, basically say, oh, all right, that's how the way it works. And now we can get our racing underway without any major hitches, and let's get going with this.
Do you think that's where this all stems from here on this opening lap? Because we've had that Lamborghini twitch into the wall. We've had people, crashing into one another, slowing down for the full course yellow. Is this just down to early race nerves, do you think? There's something else at play at the moment?
100%. Because I know some people are trying to move in, try to get closer into the leaders, or try to get in better track positions in the field, and especially when you find yourself into those kind of situations, there's nothing more that you can do other than just put your head down, reset, and try to be calm. I know, because some people are eager to move up and try to dictate the pace, or try to be as close to the leaders so you can avoid any potential issues, because I know you staying in the middle, you're more prone to getting into crashes, wrecks, and things of the sort. That everything that like that can happen. Is just unfortunate, but that's just how racing it is sometimes. Sometimes you're gonna get drivers that are more cautious, and sometimes you're probably gonna get drivers that are more eager to try to get on the pedal and make moves already early on, and try to put their cars in a better position.
It's an early full course yellow here at the Circuit de la Sarthe in the 24 Hours de la Sarthe of 2026. Myself, Ian O'Leary, Lorenzo Bonda with you for the first 4 hours of the 24 this year. And it's already been a hot start. It's the Porsche Project 91 team who are leading, being taken and overtaken, both the Ferrari Rosso Esports team and the number 20 BMW M team Bravo Snow car. They now lead in the Porsche, 9, ahead of 8, those two. Only 4 Porsches rather 6, in the race. 5, so a good start 4, for the Porsche 963 at 2, the front.
1.
Still got that
Full course yellow
meatball for the
removed.
54 here. I'm not sure whether we'll wait for that in terms of the full
we got
course
green
yellow.
flag.
No, we are going to go green flag. So that 54 deemed safe to drive back to the pit lane under green flag conditions as we get back underway for the first time since being released from a full course yellow. Yeah, that car is pretty damaged, and it's going to be a long road back there to get back to the pit lane.
Yeah, the car is broken, so it's going to be going to try to drive in a safe fashion away from everyone, but that is going to be a big damage for us, basically the whole team. It's similar situation to what we faced on in Zandvoort of sorts, but it's doable. If you really want to get yourself into troubles, do that in the first hours of racing, not in the final hours of racing, where everything just can unfold pretty quickly.
You'd rather it at this end of the race, that's for sure. We go back to the back end of the LMP2 field here. This is number 89 NOP. We've got Mattia, who is driving in 6th position at the moment, just in front of the Rosso Esports team. Diego Luigi is in the slipstream at the moment. These two are the ones who are sort of disconnected from the others as they try and get themselves around the slow-moving Ferrari. They're getting back to the pit lane. Mattia goes a little bit wide at Indianapolis. Opens the door for Diego Luigi to come through on the outside, and there we go, number 15 gets through into 6th position. So Rosso Esports moving up one with a nice pass into Arnaud. They're taking advantage of the mistake up ahead. This meantime is side by side in the GT3 class. This is for third. Michael Touchman gets ahead of the Paul Bottin Motorsport team, one of them anyway. The two teammates running side by side down towards the Porsche curves here.
Another full course yellow on its way.
6, 5, 4.
I'll try and see what this is
2,
for, see who
1.
is stopped
Full
out
course
there
yellow
on the
now.
racetrack. As everybody slows down, and let's hope everybody's avoided incident and accident this time round, especially in this group where it's very, very congested here off the start of this race.
Yeah, it's horrendous, especially when you are in a place that, especially for the GT3s, because GT3s, the majority of them were in the middle of the Porsche curve, so it could cause issues. It's a letdown, but then again, it's the start of the race. They have just to keep their nerves in place, just take that yellow flag as it goes. So we'll see what the race goes on by.
Yeah, we'll try and find what this incident is for, or what this
I still
is for.
think it's related to Orozco being in the Porsche curves, because he was coming out of Arnage, and it was a bit of the
car number 54.
Yeah, it's
car
because of
number
Orozco. He
54
was on the exit of Arnage in the middle of the GT3 field,
Repairs
and he needs
required.
to come back into the pit lane in a safe manner. So that's why he's holding up the traffic as it stands right now.
Yeah, a little bit surprised we didn't wait, but yeah, now we will wait for that 54 to come into pit lane, and it could well be a long repair. We'll find out. I mean, Stuart Ash, for example, is having over 8 minutes of repairs at the moment. Matteo Benassi also over 8 minutes of repairs, but it's a long 24-hour race, and we can have interruptions like this now. As I should have mentioned in the previous full course yellow, the pit lane entry is actually closed during these periods of full course yellow. Unless you have a stop of over 5 minutes, you will be penalised. Only these stops so far that we've seen under full course yellow, and I'm sure this one for 54 is also going to be over 5 minutes, so they're not going to receive any penalty. But yeah, what I don't mean in terms of strategy opening up. I don't mean in terms of they can pit under full course yellow. That's not the case. But it does change things. It does weird things to the strategy, and especially through the middle of the night when we're or even in the middle of the race in the day, when we are sort of midway through stints and people are towards the end of stints. People might get lucky and catch a full course yellow where they're taking their stop already because pit lane exit is still open. That's when strategy can get changed and so on.
Yeah, 100%.
Full course yellow.
Comes Orozco down pit
Ending
lane.
in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
Green flag in 3
3,
seconds.
2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
And here we go again. Second green flag back in the air again. Seems you're absolutely right. That was just to let Ricardo Orozco get back to the pit lane and the 54 now begins serving its meatball down on pit lane. For those wondering, by the way, why there's already prototypes within the middle of the GT3 field, now see there's one or two who've had one or two problems so far in this race. However, the main reason is that there were a number of non-qualifiers here, if you like, or those with issues throughout qualifying or rules broken or whatever that sent them to the back. So 3 Hypercars, the Porsche Pack Sim Sport team with a late driver change, and the number 31 Delta Racing and HRC team PBM number 99 all didn't set time, so they're at the back, and the Rosso Esports number 15 starting at the back as well. So that's why you see prototypes down the back enders. We've now got the Revolution number 52, Revolution Racing, stopped on the Mulsanne.
Is he coming back? Is there any damage to the car?
That looks like damage.
Yeah, we might get another full course yellow as it looks, unless he stops on a one of these access roads. Oh, I think the car was damaged prior, and then hit hard the wall right there, and could have damaged it further. But a little bit of a letdown for Revolution, which was doing really good in qualifying, as Teichmann now, Michael Teichmann Consulting goes in front of the full body M Sport car that is driven by Tristan Engelstad.
Here's to begin with, Tristan Engelstad in with his teammate at the moment, number 100, being driven by Timothy Johnston to begin this race. Johnston started from 3rd, by the way, so he's lost a couple of places. Engelstad and Michael Teichmann has both got through in the early moments of this race. They come down to Mulsanne corner, side by side all the way down here in LMGT3 so far into Mulsanne. I must admit, I was expecting, especially in GT3, the field to stay in slipstream range of one another a little bit more than they have done, but I guess the chaos of the start means that this field has split apart early on anyway.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that the field has a little bit of a separation in between the leader and Tomas Silva and Rafael Rodriguez in the 967 IRT in the Portuguese team of Tomas Silva, and then the Rosso team in front, right? But what surprises me is everyone behind, of sorts, besides Teichmann, is close to each other, of sorts. They are in the draft, so they are sharing fuel, draft speed, and everything. So they are being able to do their race as it stands for now.
Indeed. This is the final 4 chicanes for those prototypes coming towards the end of another lap in LMP2, and in the Hypercars they continue on. JD Daniel is in pit lane in the number 55 Porsche Pack's team. They started from the back earlier on this race, so they've only just gotten through on all of the traffic. Now they're making a drive-through penalty in this race. They have, I think that's as well for their, looking at the stewards room at the moment, that's also for their lineup change past the deadline, as well as starting from the back. I believe that's a penalty for the 55. I think the 64 has got one as well. So it is costly. These administrative errors can cost you pretty dearly in these races. We see it time after time.
Yeah, and it's something that, for those who are wondering, that is only happening in the 24-hour race. Not quite. It happens even sometimes in the SEC. I know it happens sometimes even on VSCA. Having experience, I've seen that as well. But looking forward. But then again, these are recoverable because you might have some yellow flags here and there, as the Cadillac of HRC Team PPM, full body, is going to go on the outside. Nice overtake from Josh Mitchell right there to claim one position, get inside the top 10, and then go on the hunt of the World of Sim Racing Cadillac. But it's trying to have patience, trying to look forward and see what's going to happen and everything on this race. Now I think we're going to have some proper green flag. It's just trying to, one of the things is manage fuel and all.
And you mentioned the nerves at the beginning of this race, but it's all about settling in now. It's easier said than done. It's easy for us to do as we're getting excited and watching here from the commentary box. It's all exciting stage in the race. It's the early moments, but it's actually about settling in for the drivers and not getting too excited at this stage, not seeing the positions up in front and thinking, got to make overtakes in the next couple of moments because you've got such a long race. So, as I say, hopefully now this green flag run will start to settle in a little bit, and we'll see some proper green flag racing here. But everybody's just got to remember the race distance here. Calm down. It's the 24 Hours de la Sarthe here this afternoon, and there's a very, very long way to go. So everybody's just settling in here and settling into a run. Now we're going to start to see some of the drafting games, some of the fuel games, some of the strategy that's going to come to the fore throughout this race, which so far hasn't been present because of the interruptions that we've had. But everybody does seem to be settling in just a little bit more now.
Yeah, everybody just finding their own strides and pace. Look at the Project 91 car on the inside of the Corvette of the Screeching Moose, and now Rick Team Racing. They started from the back, clawed a few positions up. They are at the back of the LMP2 Pro Am field, but had an issue at Indianapolis. Now you can see over there, Frenek Sikorsky, like we were talking before. What are the drivers that we should be looking for? What are the teams we should be looking for in that Project 91 car? Trying to do some laps in it. We were saying before, fast some free practice. Let's see if that translates to the race. As they are hunting the Canadians, and the Moose is not letting even a single inch for them to go around, as there's a drive-through for the car number 3 for qualifying infraction.
So number 3 is in LMGT3. That's the double stint by TSR BMW that will have to come through the pit lane in the next few moments as Sikorsky makes his way up to 8th. Now, we both know Frank Sikorsky, a very quick driver, and he's part of that Project 91 team who have been very quick this week. They've topped free practice 1 and 3. However, he is their gold driver among 3 bronze drivers, so there are drive time limitations for him. There are minimum requirements that his teammates have to fulfill. So he does need. I would, since they knew they were going to start at the back, I would question him starting, because at the moment his stint, which his hours are absolutely crucial, but he's spending them stuck behind people at the moment, and he spent 10 minutes of it nearly under full course yellow as well. You want to avoid spending your gold driver time under full course yellow.
Yeah, 100%. As we got more people getting punished, which is now the number 35 car in the field. We're trying to find where the number 35 is in the field. But with that being said, which is Teichmann Consulting, which sits in P3 right now for qualifying infraction. But going back again to that, whenever you have 3 cars in the GT3s, they have to do a minimum of 6 hours each, and their goal is not obligated to time. They don't have time constraints. They can do as much time as they want. So I think is just try to have the better placement in that car, and just let the racing take itself into its own fashion for the bronzes. I think that's what they're trying to do as it stands for now.
There's a 83 drive-through for a qualifying infraction as well. It's another LMGT3 that's also off in the S's Racing, the one of 2 Canadian teams in today's race. They would start to come down pit lane very soon as well for their drive-through penalty. And here is that penalty being served actually by Joseph Okapin in 83. So, and also in pit lane right now with the black flag next to his name, Michael Teichmann, who's been in there for over 4 minutes and now continues on. So it's a long stop down there in LMGT3. Let's go back to the Hypercars. This is João Delgado, who's in 7th place at the moment and leading quite a train of drivers behind. The front guys are starting to get away here, but there's fights back in the midfield of Hypercar in the first half an hour of this race.
Yeah, the pacing, the guys are basically 2 seconds faster than everybody else. 326s, 327s is being set by them in the field. Then Thiago Mello and everybody else behind is doing 328s or 330s as it stands for now. As Josh Mitchells moves up 1 place, it goes in the charge of that Acura, passing João Delgado, which worked quite a lot on the background over here at ESCC. So looking forward to see that, as Nelson Lenoir in the Ferrari WGR is on the charge as well.
On board through the final chicanes, just a little bit wide there into the first part of that last chicane, and Ward loses a bit of time. Luis Diaz might fancy his chances on the way in towards turn 1 here in the Cadillac, one of 2 Cadillacs running nose to tail at the moment, because the 251 is just behind that next one. As meantime, another qualifying infraction drive-through penalty, this time for car 12. That's the BMW just in front of us here as we ride on board with Selena Ward. So this 32 Ferrari is going to move up a place with that penalty applied to car 12.
Just a little bit unfortunate to see that, but then again, it's, I think, could be of. I know some of them get some slowdown. The drive-through they are getting, because it might be a cool down that is applied in the race, or some driver changes and all in there. But it is what it is. As João Delgado is now going to probably let Selena pass and try to save a little bit of fuel as he's going to do his drive-through in a short bit. And now Robert Santos is on the charge, looking on the inside of Michael Fry, as there is now another punishment for the number 55 car in the field for late driver change, which can happen.
So I mentioned that earlier on because I saw that car coming down pit lane for a drive-through. I don't know whether they've already served that or not, but we'll find out, I suppose, very soon when they come in, or they don't. But anyway, these are pre-race penalties effectively coming in, as you've seen, for qualifying infractions and all that kind of thing. Battle for the lead continues on. Just in front of them there is Stuart Ash, who is back out there in the 9 Porsche, and the 54 Ferrari. Ricardo Orozco is back in the race as well. Nearly 7 minutes of a stop for them, but they're back out there again, just over 2 laps down. Stuart Ash has actually managed to stay on the lead lap just about, which is quite something remarkable here, but is staying in front of a lead lap battle, indeed a lead of the race battle between Porsche Project 91 and the Ferrari Rosso Esports team. Number 50 has topped every single session, every single one of the 6 sessions preceding this one, and they're applying the pressure to lead this race early on in the 24 hours as well.
Yeah, doing a really good job. What impresses me is this Project 91 car doing really good laps, matching the pace that Robert has been doing. So we know that Robert is a very fast driver, participated in the Ferrari Challenge, Esports, and many other top-level competitions in America. So it's one of those guys that is on the up and up. But looking forward to seeing what Rosso is going to come up. I think he might actually play the field game right here. He was looking for a few spots to try to overtake that Project 91 car, as they're going to reach out the number 9 as well to do that overlap. But then again, that number 9 car is a back marker, is not someone in front. So we're still yet to see if their teammates are going to be able to dictate the field as well.
We go over the start line at the end of 6 laps in this race this afternoon. The 24 Hours de la Sarthe at Le Mans. Project 91 leading Ferrari Rosso by a few tenths of a second. They're trading lap times at the moment. Last time round they were only 11 thousandths apart as João Delgado comes in to serve his penalty in number 12. Saw a Mercedes coming in just in front of these guys earlier on, by the way. That was Michael Teichmann, who came in for a drive-through penalty there for car 35. So they're back out there again. Meantime, out of Tete Rouge, Project 91 will be under pressure, although they will have that slipstream from the 9, as we say. As meantime, the leading LMP2, number 6, Impact team get themselves into the end of the lap. Impact Sims for top 3 of the 4 free practice sessions, but weren't able to do it in qualifying. They lead this race though early. These are the sessions that matter, aren't they? I would argue free practice almost maybe matters more than qualifying in these races. Certainly the race obviously trumps them all, but free practice you can show your speed over a longer run, and Impact Simsport are showing that early on. Although we can't be that far away, but they're probably more than halfway through a stint already in LMP2. They're really getting into it here with these small fuel tanks.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how this LMP2 field is going to go on, because there's a lot of separation. I thought it would be much closer. I'm not going to lie. I thought this field, despite the 2 full course yellows that we've had in this race, probably would have been a little bit closer to each other. But how Impact is dictating the pace and try to move forward and see how things are working in this race kind of surprises me a little bit. But then again, it's that thing of, maybe some of they're leaving their top guys to start and be fast out of the gate and try to get a better performance and avoid potential problems down the line. which is something that is quite normal. So let's see if, then again, we have to see if the teammates are going to be able to bring up the same pace, and as well if, and how it's going to be the fuel range for everyone else as Diego Luigi kind of like blinks Paulo, trying to move on the inside. A little bit of a aggressive move from Diego, but then again, the Gold driver gets it done at the end of the edge of where you can get some grip in the car, and no, Paul is not.
He's in a little bit of a rush there. Was Diego Luigi, as you mentioned though, one of the is he a platinum driver or a gold driver?
He's Diego's gold.
He's a gold, yeah, he's gold. So there is a platinum driver. Santos is a platinum driver for Rosso Esports, so a little bit surprised that's not the starting driver, but maybe they've had the same thought as I did with Franek Sikorsky starting at the back in traffic when he's the star driver of the number 91 in LMGT3. As I mentioned, we'll get into this deeper into the race a little bit, but there's all sorts of minimum drive time requirements for all the teams in this race, depending on what classification of driver we're looking at. So Luigi is one of 2 gold class drivers. Obviously there's 1 silver and effectively 1 silver, 1 gold in who are being counted for minimum drive time. So Luigi or the other gold in that car, which is Nassari, will have to do at least 6 hours, as will the silver driver, who is Brem Gartner in this race, over 6 hours. This is Rafael Rodriguez meantime, and that's a change for the lead in the last few moments. Rafael Rodriguez getting ahead of Thomas Silva for the lead in LMGT3. The Rosso Esports team are looking good in 3 classes at the moment.
Yeah, sending a statement to everyone else in the field. They're doing really good. Basically, their main drivers are in each and every car to try to set the pace on everybody else and dictate the field moving forward. So the Brazilian team is showing why not only it has one of the biggest lineups in current sim racing in Brazil, but it's a lineup that can cover pretty much everything in terms of driver levels. You have very good drivers in all set of cars, in all set of styles. And I know this because we go against them every single time, each and every time head to head.
Absolutely. They've got themselves across this race very nicely indeed early on at Le Mans. Another team though who've got themselves across this race nicely are the Paul Botting Motorsport teams, the number 100 and 113. They're running in 3rd and 4th, 113 in front of 100. Christian Engelstad is trying to catch these guys and is doing a decent job at the moment. So much, again, we talk about Le Mans as being the slipstreaming fest, but you know, down the Mulsanne Straight and whatever. But you know, this is a technical racetrack when it gets to the turns as well. And Engelstad is making a good fist of actually catching up to the LMGT3 leading fight at the moment as well.
Yeah, so basically their main drive, it's kind of like the same thing as everybody else. Their main drivers, you know, taking over the car, their fastest ones, trying to do their best, as Simcast has an issue in the number 8 Pro-Am, apparently a slowdown or something of the sort, as you can see Timothy Johnson over there as well, as the Ross Nosworthy is going to get overlapped by the PAX GD Hypercar, and then the NOP car goes ahead as well in Barmatia. But more importantly, that car of Pobody Motorsport in P3 and the LMGT3, we can also be looking forward in the future to see if we can pick on Zach Sweeney as well.
Yeah, we'll look forward to that later. He's a silver class. He's a silver. By the way, he's a silver.
He's
class
silver.
driver.
He's silver.
It's unbelievable.
But, I know, mate. Shocking.
I've not commentated on Zach driving before, I don't think. But I have commentated on Connor Botting before, and I know he is actually a very solid driver. He's a bronze, which I guess shows you the class of this field at large, really, when he's a bronze. But yeah, Zach Sweeney a silver when Connor Botting's a bronze.
I know. It's shocking, mate. It's like if you really want to bring up Zach, watch his races in the Motorsport UK Bridges and Racing Club. Don't tell him I actually told you this. I know he's listening. But you can see his driving. He's a solid driver, the young lad. The only problem is sometimes he was driving out of range.
Norwich.
Yeah, I know.
But it'll be fun to see him a little bit later on. We'll grab him for a chat later once he's been in the car.
Oh, he's going to be keen.
Okay.
He's going to be keen.
We'll get him to do our job for us for a bit. That'll be
Yeah.
He's a commentator. On board with Robert Santos, meantime. We're getting into traffic sort of properly for the first time really today as the LMGT3 field see the leaders coming up in their mirrors. Here we go then, and already there's a little bit of movement, a little bit of miscommunication here as we run on board with Robert Sanchez in the slipstream of the Porsche. They're trying to go 3 wide down the Mulsanne straight here. Santos staying hard right there to get almost pick up the bumps and the hard shoulder on the right hand side. He's going to lift off here though, and maybe that's a sign here for the number 50 team that they're not interested in leading right now, especially in this traffic. As dramatic as it looks at the moment, they're interested in saving a little bit of fuel behind the Porsche in front.
Yeah, I think right now they're just playing mental games with Michael Fry up in the front. I know the Brazilian is like I said before, very fast driver. Gets sometimes very like mental in your head. He's not being afraid to point the car somewhere on the inside, but you can see that right in front of him. There's a lot of traffic, and he's just basically yielding to the traffic. He knows that Fry is going to lose some performance coming out of the corners. There's going to be the Fisher car, I think, up in front. So he's going to pick right back up, right around the GT3s, and then just be safe coming into the Mulsanne corner to lead to the second big straight off the Le Mans track.
And towards Mulsanne corner. And it's nicely negotiated so far from Michael Herman Fry, who is leading this race overall for the Project 91 racing team. Look at that in the background. So busy here on the first run through traffic. We always talk about it, but actually in a race like this that may see a safety car a little bit later on, this might not be the only time they have to do this. They might even have to do it in the dark and heaven forbid the rain later on. 3 wide again towards Indianapolis. Thiago Mello this time. No matter how many times we see it, it doesn't get any less enthralling. 3 wide on the way towards Indianapolis. They make it through safely again. So far, this traffic negotiated very well by the field.
Crazy, and now a car stopped. That's Isaac Whiteman for Tri-State, and this could cause a full course yellow, if not a virtual safety car, just to bring this car into the scene. We're gonna look what happened right here on the replay. The car was looking already very slow on 6th gear as he now brings it up to the access zone. He's going to request a tow. Depending on circumstances, that it might not be even necessary, but you can see as soon as the car stopped, he cannot get it into reverse.
This is unusual here. This is unusual. Let's just have a look and a listen here.
Stand by for full course yellow.
It does look like a fuel problem.
Maybe I'm thinking this is a pedal issue.
Full course
maybe.
yellow.
I mean,
in 10 seconds.
The reason why I say fuel,
10,
not only
9.
That you're right. It might be
7,
right there, Lorenzo. Actually, look
6,
at the changing
5,
gear there. Look very weird.
4,
We are under full course
3,
yellow again here.
2,
Full
1.
course yellow now.
Full course yellow now.
So, full course yellow is out for the 3rd time today. After 38 minutes of this race here at Circuit de la Sarthe here today to clear up the LMP2 that has stopped on the Mulsanne straight at the moment. Isaac Whiteman comes back into pit lane, and this is not too far away from the LMP2 pit stop window, would you say, Lorenzo? We're getting towards the end of lap 9 now for these LMP2s at Le Mans.
Yeah, we are. But then I think some of these full course yellows, especially maybe the first one or the second one, might extend that to 10 laps even. So we might see maybe a little bit of an extension, but we are right close to the opening of the window for these LMP2s to come in. And soon the Hypercars as well, but the Hypercars can do from an average of 9 laps all the way up to 12 laps. 10 laps actually, 10 to 12 laps.
Yeah. And would I be right saying GT3 is probably 14 laps at most? Are we looking at that distance, or
give or take? Yeah. You're not off wide in there.
Okay, so we'll Keep an eye out for that. Obviously, these, in terms of laps, this might not extend the stints any longer, but in terms of time, it might do. And that's the important thing in a 24-hour timed race. It's that maybe normally, say, let's say LMGT3, because it makes it easier. Let's say normally they're doing an hour. Let's just be, round it to 60 minutes to make it simple. Maybe because of these four-course yellows, they're not doing any extra laps, but the laps they are doing are going to be very, very slow under pit limiter here under full-course yellow. So therefore their stint gets extended over the hour, and then all of the other things come into play, and you have to think about everything a little bit differently. So, it's not only about the laps, it's about the time that this is extended by.
10.
Yeah, that's
9,
completely true.
8,
as we're going to come
7,
up into green flag
6,
one more time
4,
in about 3 seconds.
2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
So there you go, green flag, Ewan. And I think also Sebastian Brunier brought up one interesting conversation topic in the chat, which means the two formation laps, right? As they could weave the car and bring in everything, that also makes the fact that it counts toward their stint, not towards drive time though. This is an interesting topic because of drive time, right? The drive time counted towards the green flag and the completed laps. So those formation laps do not count. And of course, because you've done 2 formation laps, your stint is going to be closer to something of the sort. So especially think about maybe 8 laps total in the LMP2. So yeah, we're probably going to be in about a lap or 2 coming to the LMP2 pit stops.
Indeed, actually, since been reminded by that, I was thinking actually we're going to see a load of stops this time, but actually we don't. Elias Loppanen comes in number 6 first, but no others follow on lap number 9 here. So Loppanen is in. The 757 rather is in as well at this stage in the race. Stop and go 30 rather for car 12. That's a second penalty of the day already for the BMW M Team Delta Racing. Let's say LMP2 Hypercar. They are going to have to come in for a stop and hold 30.
Yeah.
That's the first penalty for incident, by the way, given out by race control throughout this race, but not the first penalty that 12 has had to serve. So they've already been set back by a minute, and they're going to be even further back after this.
Yeah, which was something that was brought out during the briefing, that basically the first 3 laps would be barely overviewed. If I really want to bring up, I think this word would be the better way to put it in. Because the stewards were looking, I want the 3 first laps to be as clean as possible. If you get into a potential incident, which we did, we got basically our first virtual, for full course yellow in lap 2. That's what made the punishment from for the number 12 to be much elongated than what it meant to be. Maybe from a drive-through all the way up to 30 seconds just because of it.
First stops are underway in LMP2, and it won't be too long until the Hypercars come in for the first time. But it's always worth a discussion point here, Lorenzo, at the Circuit de la Sarthe, because this is such a long circuit, first of all. Yes, it's such a flat-out circuit, that is true, but these LMP2 tanks are so small. We talked about it at the top of the day. 15 tyre changes available to these LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am teams over the course of the day. They are going to have to be doing a lot of triple stinting, I would say, in this race, given the amount of stints they're going to need. We've had full course yellow interruption here, and still they can't do even 45 minutes.
Yeah, I would, like I said before, a minimum 3 triple stints. I think these are going to be done in the night where the track is going to be at its coldest. But I wouldn't be surprised if some of these teams do like 2 double stints. Going to maybe starting the double stint when the track gets about 28 degrees, all the way down to the 18 degrees that we can have minimum. So that would be right as nightfall begins, right at dusk. So that's where basically the range of you doing your pit stops can start for the LMP, not only LMP2s, but the Hypercars as well for do your triple stints.
We'll talk a little bit more about those as the temperatures start to cool down. At the moment it's 35 degrees Celsius down there on the racetrack. seen in the previous session, in some of the warm-up sessions and whatever, and the pre-race stuff, it was up at 40 degrees Celsius. But a circuit like this, Lorenzo, where a lot of it is just straight and whatever, how much does the temperature actually affect the tyres at a circuit like this? Is it the Porsche curves only? Is it everywhere? What's the story with track temperature in this racetrack?
No, mainly on the corners and the exit of the chicanes. As we see Pedro Ferrari in the Bravo Snow LMP2 doing their pits, and basically everybody else in the LMP2's main field following suit. But yeah, I would say every corner that you're probably gonna have to do, corner exits, it matters on the tires, because you want skidding as capped to a minimum. If you have any skids on the tires, you're gonna have a long day. You could have like your tire usage from, let's just say you get up to 100% even in this middle of this afternoon where it's 40 degrees. I would say right now track, I think it might be a little bit colder. It's 35 degrees. You can you do a usage up to 20%, 22%. So your wear in one stint is gonna go from 100 to 78% just on tire usages and aggressiveness.
But in terms of no matter what the temperature, even at the heat of the day right now, surely we're expecting double stints at this end of the race, aren't we? And then maybe triples later, or does it depend on what class? Talk about LMP2 first of all. With
LMP2s, you're going to have to do double stints.
Yeah.
The norm is at least each and every time you do a pit stop is going to be double stints, unless you go fully bonkers and you try to do something completely off my books and you try to pull a triple or even a quadruple, and you manage to make it work. But other than that, it's pretty much just do your best to do a double stint. Double stints in the afternoon. In the evening, you do your triples and see if you're gonna end up with one tire allocation still yet to do, because sometimes it might not work.
Into the pit lane for some of these hypercars, by the way, while this is we've been discussing that. 11 laps complete and the leaders are in. Not everybody. The 58 is carrying on. That is Alessio Lucignoli in the 58 who carries on. That's the Porsche Absolute team who continue on. And Lucignoli, by the way, is one of the gold drivers. It's a 4 gold driver lineup, but they're the only ones who have continued on. So surely some great fuel saving going on there. Even despite the 50 fuel saving while we were on board with them, they couldn't go an extra lap compared to the others.
Yeah, but then again, it could be that thing of drivers going flat out on these first few laps of the cars. Then again, they're doing around 11 laps overall in the field, right, Ewan? So it doesn't surprise me. We're seeing some of these guys coming up on lap 12 to do their pit stop. I know lap 13 is something that we've seen that in other leagues being done. I've seen that, for example, in Nivro. In the Ivor series, some of the hypercars have done 13. So that's a feasible thing to do. But the thing is it's being able to do that consistently, especially in the night where it gets worse.
No driver changes, but the 191 retains the lead. Michael Herman Frey leads Robert Santos ahead of Thiago Mello, who is in 4th place, has been for some time. But the Porsche Absolute team have continued on, and they lead this race by a minute as a result of extending this stint by 1 lap to 12. So again, 15 tyre sets for these hypercars as well. I do wonder at this stage in the race whether they will have changed tyres well or double stinted at this point. I mean, to be honest, they've not gone on that much further than the LMP2s, but maybe that's going to differ when we get a full green flag run, which hopefully we will do, starting with this stint for these hypercars right now.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think this is where we're going to start seeing different potential setups for pit stops being done by the teams. And another thing that I really want to bring it up, and I think you're noticing, right, Ewan, that the hypercars are not staying in the middle line; they're staying in the lanes, right? And you see the GT3s in the middle. Interesting topic. Did you know back in the old days that the hypercars and LMP2s could actually stay in this middle line because it was meant to be the fashion line? Did you know that?
Yeah, I have. I've obviously done quite a lot of laps here and never quite done the, because I'm not serious enough, I've not done the testing and the figuring out or whatever to figure out what the best line actually is, but it is always noticeable when you're watching drivers at the Circuit de la Sarthe in sports cars or whatever
Yep.
it is really, the fact that they are driving dead down the middle of the road like that, and you know, on a normal straight you wouldn't do that, especially as a GT team. You want to try and stay out of the way of these prototypes coming past, but they do all tend to stay in the middle of the road, the crown of the road at the Mulsanne straight.
Yeah, so that is actually meant back in the old days that these hypercars here at La Sarthe, they could stay, not only them but the LMP2s as well, they could stay down in the middle, and that would be the faster line because you would grab the bigger, more top speed out of everyone else. But what happens is, it's because right now if you go over there, the floor of the car is actually you hit the floor of the car.
Leader.
And
The leader, the Project 91 racing team, have gone for a spin out of Arnage. Michael Herman Fry was under pressure from the Rosso team, getting past the GT3 Ferrari, goes wide, and there's contact. There's contact. The number 50 gets into the back of Michael Herman Fry, the teammates, and then the 50. So Rafael Rodriguez gets into the back first, and that Ferrari has some pretty bad damage. Let's see what it looked like from his point of view.
To be fair, I really want to believe that could be co-tire related or just a heavier car and a little bit of an outbreak, but completely destroyed the front of the Ferrari of the Rosso GT3. A little bit unfortunate to see that, but luckily for that Porsche 963 out there, the Ferrari didn't hit the arch, the tire arch. If he had hit the tire arch off the car, that would have been a nearly certain meatball, as the 75 is going to come in for repairs, I think.
I have to. That's badly damaged. I think in terms of cold tyres, I think Herman probably went wide because of them. If I were to guess, or maybe it was just a mistake as he was coming down the inside.
I think it was an honest mistake, because what happens? It was right in braking, right? It was right in the braking of Arnage as soon as he came in. The thing is, sometimes if you are trying to stay in the middle of the corner right there, of the corner entry, and you try to go into a wider angle, the floor of the car can hit and basically can throw you off motion, not only on braking but turn in. I think that's what could have happened to the Project 91 Porsche, and unfortunately got spun around by the Rosso Ferrari GT3.
Just saw the 151 being given a penalty for full course yellow speed violation there. Adrian Alonso was driving that car at the time, so penalty given out there. The Porsche Absolute Motorsport Asliv car has gone out in the lead because of all the stuff going on so far. I think the number 50 Ferrari Rosso esports team might have more damage than we've appreciated, because the 75 definitely has damage, and we've seen that car come in. It's already been in for over a minute. That damage was pretty bad there, but I wonder, let's just keep an eye on the top speed here for Santos. That happened on the outlap of his stint, so he's miles away from safety and as far as a pit stop is concerned, but he
has damage on the front left.
Yeah, he does have damage on the front left. How much is it affecting his straight line speed? At the moment, he's being saved by the 20s slipstream, but as soon as that goes away, I think this 50 is more damage than maybe we've realised. Look at that delta on the top left there, just going up and up and up. Yeah,
10 kilometers basically of difference right now separates him. He's at 215. Mello is at 222. He's surviving on the draft, but I think what is going to take away his precision is on the corners. He's going to suffer at the Porsche curves, right? He's going to suffer quite a lot. But the thing is, if he nurses on distant, he can mitigate the damage a little bit and basically survive, because I think that the repairs on this are going to be quite minimal. It's not going to be like what happened to my team and get 7 minutes in the pit box. It's going to be definitely about max a minute for them to undo the dent that is on the front left of the Ferrari 499P.
Well, big drama in this race already. The Project 91 team into a spin after contact with the Ferrari Rosso Esports GT3 car that has also given knock-on damage to their hypercar that is currently running in third. staying with it, but oh, the suspension damage is pretty bad actually, isn't it? I didn't appreciate that. Is it? Yeah, there we go.
It is.
It's right hand down.
It is damaged.
That suspension is damaged as well. So this 50, well, what do you do now? Do you cut your losses and come in early, or do you soldier on here for what could be a 12-lap stint here? The 58 did 12 laps, despite those formation laps. Might be 12, 13 laps.
Nurse. If you get a virtual safety car and you are close to the pit lane, then you got your saving grace. But other than that, it's just nurse. Your best you can to nurse this.
Just to clarify, as you say, for full course yellows, as we've seen already, the pit lane stays closed.
Yes.
For a virtual safety car, it opens, so you can come in to the pit lane. Virtual safety car will lead it directly into a safety car, as you might be able to expect. The 113 is in of Tristan Engelstadt, and here come the rest. 12 laps in LMGT3, and most of them are into pit lane.
Yeah. As the majority are going to come in. Virtual Power doing really good, as their qualifying was astounding, putting basically the Bravo, the No Shot in team, and putting them at bay, as now everybody else is going to come in, and the Rosso 75 car is going to come out, so their damage was much bigger than initially expected, Ewan, and basically damage done. They're nearly a full lap behind. As you can see, a lot of the teams getting black flags already. The number 5 got black flags. I can see the Team WOSR, the World Team Racing, with black flags, and a Grow Racing Team. We saw that happen a little bit ago. So they have penalties to serve. Some of them for pit stops, some of them maybe slow down, some others maybe already reaching the 20 points, which I think is unlikely, but that can happen.
Yeah, 20 incident points here for this race. Adrian Alonso pulls in to stop. So the teams that have carried on, number 967 of Adrian Dequez has carried on. That's the 967 iRacing team. Number 13, Henry Gomez carries on for Bravo Snow, and Liam Kilton of the number 16 Impact Simsport Mustang team continues on as well. So they've done 13 laps on this opening stint of the race. The rest of them having to come in after just 12. As we've said, the formation lap surely affecting these first stints, and the full course yellows as well. We've got to wait some time before we see a proper representative stint of what these GT3 cars can do. But my goodness, it's been exciting so far, and this race continues to have twists and turns just in this first hour.
Yeah, I didn't expect to have more dramas than Euphoria Season 3 in this first hour of racing, so I'm a little bit surprised by that. But anyway, that's just how sometimes the 24 Hours of La Sarthe is. The Sarkin always plays its tricks, and it is just what basically it is what it is. You just have to do your best to mitigate the damage. Sometimes I know in real life is a race of mechanical prowess, who has the best mechanical car and can avoid also the penalties and everything. But in here is not only have the best car set up, but also avoid issues, as Selena Ward has an issue at the exit of Indianapolis right there. Don't know if the car looks to be broken out of the number 32 Ferrari WGR.
Let's have a look on board. A little bit twitchy. Oh, just trying to get it slowed. Oh dear, that car looked uncomfortable right from the beginning. And you know, you've driven the Ferrari around this racetrack. Just is that characteristic, or was that just the bit of vision we were getting there? That I can't say the rear end looked like it was super twitchy in that.
It is twitchy car on the corner entry. I can tell you that, especially depending on how the brake bias and the brake migration. Sometimes it is adjusted on the car, and you are attempting a turn in, because you can take that corner two ways, right? You can go flat out on the entry of the right-hand kink to the Indianapolis corner, and you have to brake immediately, and that makes the car extremely twitchy because you have to throw to the left-hand side. So you're basically going from throwing all your body motion from the right, from like going from left to right, then to right to left, and all the way to the front, from back to the front. So it's kind of like you're basically doing ballet with the car. So sometimes that doesn't work. It will upset the car quite badly. But if you take it as a way that you lift off the gas a little bit before the right-hand kink and you set up it straight, then the balance of the car is a little bit more easy for you to shift from the right-hand side to the left-hand side. in a sequence of like 150 meters. So it is just more like how you approach the corner entry. I think Selena might have overcooked the entry from the right-hand side to the left-hand side, and unfortunately had a crash on the tire barrier.
Meantime, the Ferrari Rosso Esports number 50 Ferraris into pit lane after going 3 laps. So 2 laps with damage. They've already been in there for over a minute. You were advocating that they should carry on with their damage until the end of the stint, which would have been, well, goodness, another sort of 45 minutes or so. But they've decided to cut their losses after just 14 laps and get it repaired.
Yeah, I was looking through the laps over here of Robert Santos. Basically, his laps right now were race pace that would normally see like 3:31, 3:38. So he basically decided on the 3rd lap, okay, I pretty much had enough with it. The car is now back in full shape, and it's going to go back out into the field. Just trying to see where the damage has been done for that number 50 team.
They're 15th now. That was a minute and a half in the lane there. Not terrible. Not terrible.
No, not terrible.
They're 2 minutes back. I think the key here, Lorenzo, we talk about this in series that have safety cars all the time. The key is just staying on the lead lap at this stage in the race, isn't it, surely? They've definitely got the speed. We know they've got the speed. They've topped every single session coming into this one. All 4 free practice sessions, then the qualifying session, then Hyperpole. They are the favourites. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But they've got to stay on the lead lap in these early hours because, to my mind, there's going to be a safety car sort of late-ish in the race, if I were to get my crystal ball out. You know, second half of the race, I'd say there's going to be a safety car. You need to be on the lead lap by that point. Doesn't matter if you're last car on the lead lap, whatever. You've got to be on the lead lap at that point, and that goes for all 4 of the classes. Yeah,
if you have a chance to be within the lead lap by that point, you got a race in your hand. The problem is also you have to take into consideration as well in here. It isn't just being in the lead lap, but also the relative gap that you have to the car in front by you. Because sometimes you might be either a full lap behind or 2 minutes behind, so that it would be very hard for you to get those 2 minutes in a very short amount of time. So you have to be mindful of how do you approach the final hours of this race. But then again, we know that those full course shallows that we've had so far, they're not going to be the only. We know 100% over here. You can put this in a bingo or whatever you want. If you play on the lottery, that we're going to get more full course shallows and a potential virtual safety car.
Yeah, it's likely at some point in the day. This is Franek Sikorsky, who's got up to 3rd place in the Project 91 racing team, Porsche. Now, a start from the back for number 91, despite some good pace throughout the week. Franek Sikorsky using his speed early on here. What do you make of... We didn't get a chance to really go deep into it at the time, but we do have a moment now. What do you make of them using their star driver straight away here, while stuck in traffic a little bit later? Yes, he's got some more clean air now for Project 91, but he is their gold driver. He's paired with 3 bronze drivers, 2 of whom have to do 6 hours of this race, so that's over half this race which he can't be driving. On paper, he can do a maximum of 14, but as I say, that means he wouldn't be able to, the other 2 wouldn't be able to satisfy their rules. So he might end up doing close to 12 hours of this race. Is it a great idea to have him doing the first 2? I'm not personally sure.
He cannot do 12 hours because that would be taking away 6 hours from one of their bronze drivers.
Let's say 11 then.
Not 11. I would say the maximum amount of time he has to do is 6 hours. Because the 3 bronzes, here's the thing. The option they have is if they're doing 3 bronzes, even the minimum amount they have to do is 6 hours each driver.
Yeah, but when there's a 4th driver, aren't they abiding by the bronze, gold rules?
No, they are abiding the time that the 4th driver has. So only the 4th driver has the freedom to do as if you wanted to be just distant and then end this race and let everyone else in the bronzes take over, it's okay. That's just how the thing is.
But the LMP2 there through the Porsche case. What the last line of this rule says that the optional fourth driver may be categorised as bronze or silver and won't have a minimal or maximum. Now, I agree, he's not actually going to do even 11 hours or 10 probably, because that would put the other bronze at basically no driving time at all, or an hour or two or whatever. But as far as that last line of the rules goes, as I understand them, the last driver being categorised as bronze or silver won't have a minimum or maximum drive time. It's the first two of those bronze drivers who have to do the 6 hours each.
Fair. Then, yeah, you're correct. I got into the option number 3, I thought, because I thought I completely forgot. Remember, I am a manager sometimes and I overlook sometimes the rules.
And to be fair to you, I know you're in this race, so people are saying you doesn't know the rules.
I'm managing, I'm doing a lot even.
But, well, exactly. And you're driving the hypercar team where there is no minimum or maximum as far as driver categorisation is concerned. And meantime, here is the 54 coming into pit lane. I think this will be a scheduled pit stop now, off schedule, because of the damage.
He's out of fuel.
Yeah.
So he has to do it.
So that's a better idea, really, as to what a full stint might look like from 54, although there was some full course yellow interruption within it. No tyre changes at this stage, as expected, really, for Hypercar.
But I can tell you this because I can give away my team points. We already are winning because Ricardo actually had to take a pit stop when he did his pit stop for repairs. The back left was at 84%, but every other tire in the car was about 90%, so he had to take the tire in. So we just had to waste one tire set, basically. So we're one down.
Right, explain why there would be such a difference between them, and is that part of the damage?
Part of the damage, because he was basically going sideways.
Okay.
And the most and basically the most stress he was doing on the tires was on the front, on the back left.
So there we go. That's one of the 15 changes already made, as you're saying. So double stints for out. I think, you know, what I'd imagine. I mean, you can probably shed more light on this, but what I can imagine the idea being, setting aside any problems that surely most teams are going to have at some point in this race, I would say is sort of double stinting until you know you can get to the end by just single stinting the tyres. I mean, maybe you just end up double stinting all day. Maybe, I don't know if you're expecting triple stints for the hypercars. It seems to me, though, they're not going that far away from the hour, so double stinting until they know they can make it on singles seems to be the strategy, what it looks like to me. We'll discuss that more in a moment. This is the third place battle, meantime. The 25 of Yannick Vonenberg is currently in front of Michael Hermann Frey. He's got ahead of the 91 as the German by in pass after that little bit of a tie-up with the the 75 LMGT3 car getting into the 191. That spin that we saw for Frey dropped him out of the net race lead, although it might not have turned out into the race lead at the time anyway. It's hard to know what would have happened, but the 58 leads this race, having extended that first stint just a lap longer. They got out ahead of the rest, and they now lead. The car in front, by the way, of the 25 is the 9 of Stuart Ash, who has now gone one lap down. Really had issues in this race and just pulls out the way there nicely. Luckily for Michael Hermann Frey here, Lorenzo, it doesn't actually look like he's particularly damaged, and he looks like he's on his way back through the field.
Yeah, like I said before, I think if the Russell car had hit the rear arch of the car, probably would have been a problematic scenario for them. But it hit the splitter. It's kind of like the side bump on the rear arch of the car. So basically, there's only metal in there, or carbon fiber, or whatever we really want to call it. So it basically mitigated a potential damage, or avoided a potential damage on that Project 91 Porsche. So they got away quite luckily out of that one. So that's why the damage is technically.
Takes him to, oh, look at this, through the middle there, and he's lost it on the way towards the first chicane. That was a high risk moment, a very high risk moment from the Porsche, and somehow Michael Herman Fraser able to get away with it. He went through one side of the LMP2, he went through the Mustang the other way. He lost it on the way in. Somehow he missed everybody as he was losing the car on the way through. And he's survived, but that was an unbelievably hair-raising moment for the 191.
Yeah, somehow he survived this, but then again, it's that aggression, right? You're coming into turn number 1. The problem is, as soon as you do the turn 1, you go into that turn 1 into the Dunlop chicane, your car is still yearning for grip, right? And there's a potential lockup as now the Going Racing number 18 car, which sets, I think, in 9th place in the LMGT3 class as an issue. Is that on the Porsche? No, that's on the first Mulsanne chicane, actually.
It is, yeah. The gravel through the first Mulsanne chicane, and have a look at all that gravel.
Oh, you're right on the line, man. Is that? By the way, I keep forgetting that first chicane is the Daytona chicane, isn't it?
It is these days.
It is.
It is. Just gets hooked on the first curb, but no contact with the wall. The Going Racing number 18, by the way, topped free practice 2 earlier in the week.
Yep.
Clearly got some good speed. They were running inside the top 10, but they dropped back outside of it with Giovanni Sumagod in 13th place now. So a few, where's that? 2 places down on where they were at the beginning in car 18. Sumagod is their bronze driver, by the way, so getting some of this drive time out the way early. And again, I know this is not particularly a thing that you have to worry about in the hypercars, but I really do think that getting these slower driver times out of the way where there are minimums is a good idea. And I know it's going to it's going to put you back early on, but it doesn't really matter. I'm very adamant there's going to be at least one safety car at some point in this race, and you want as much of your bronze time done by then as possible.
Yeah, and for those wondering, the yellow flag does count as drive time. So there's 2 ways for them to approach the drive time. First is the laps completed, right? How many laps you've done. Oh, the proximity coming from the Bravo. From the Bravo's no shot, I think coming right behind them was quite nerve-wracking, but they got it away. They got away at the end. But then again, coming back, it's either that, as the Delta Racing team is not the Bravos. No, it's the Delta Racing Felipe Silveira going around. Is the drive time. So if you get a yellow flag of any sort, it counts as drive time. So you might be there on the car for a safety car procedure for 30 minutes. Those 30 minutes will count towards the driver. So for those who are looking for the drive time and those minimum and maximum, it's like be on the lookout for that. And one thing that is already being brought up by race control, and I really want to bring this up on the pit limiter, because they have to go on the pit limiter on the virtual safety car and safety car. Sorry, on the full course yellow, of the shifting, especially in the pit lane. If you are in the pit lane, people, do not double shift or keep shifting or shifting. Race control is actively looking for it.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we're looking further down the field now at some of the LMGT3 battles. This is one of them for 16th position. Eric Terry Haag and Joey Marcel Vrolik, who started right at the back, by the way, in the number 37. Poised by VF Aston Martin. Car 14 gets drive-through penalty for incident responsibility. The highest placed battle in the field is, teetering on the edge of a battle for 3rd place between Timothy Johnston and Franit Sikorsky. Also got Vic Declode. It's just ahead of Henrique Gomez in fight for 8th place as well in GT3. So there's plenty going on here. In LMP2, Elias Lopinen is leading the way by 3 seconds in front of Pedro Ferrari. Pedro Marquez is only half a second behind him, and then the gap for Diego Luigi, 2 seconds. Bart Mattia, 2 seconds. Mattis Henriksen, another 2 seconds. And then another small gap to Paolo Vinicius, although a little bit of a bigger gap. And Ruben Pino is there as well. There's only 8 LMP2s, but they're all covered by very, very small margins. and so is the leading fight now. First time we've seen the leading fight for some time here, but Porsche Absolute Motorsport Asalith are ahead of the number 20. Thiago Mello is the driver there and on the charge for the Bravo team, and we've got a battle for the race lead again with 22 hours and 45 minutes still to go.
Yeah, 100%. As now warning for I knew there would be something regarding that. Race control wouldn't issue a warning towards the drivers in the race control messages here on our broadcast booth because of nothing, out of thin air. It's because apparently Robert Santos was, that tactic of constant shifting so you can keep the speed up in the car, Ewan. You cannot do that. If you come into the pit lane and you keep you gotta keep your speed, whether it's gonna be in first gear, second gear, or something like that. You're only gonna downshift into first and keep that car there if you are stopping at your pit stall. Don't continuously shift.
Yeah, so
that's why the warning.
Yeah, exactly. Later on in the race, there's not going to be warnings, but penalties, indeed, if that persists on. But you think it's one of those things that that might just slip the mind of the drivers, or they might think they can get away with it first of all, but after that warning, they'll probably tone it down. At least that's the hope. Meantime, nose to tail for 9th place overall between Selena Ward and Mario Capalucci, who is on the inside, and it looks like the Ferrari's going to go through into 9th place. Ferrari on Ferrari. But the number 10 moves into 9th position. That was a nice pass using traffic, and that's close through the Porsche curves. But that's a very good use of traffic there from Capalucci to get through.
Yeah, good movement out of the V1M car out there. One of the VSCA teams. So the American team doing a really good job moving forward as Cap Selena Ward, which is another one of the teams that races usually in VSCA out at Bay as. Basically, the Westgate Racing is gonna go incomplete one more lap, and so far keeping them within distance of the top 10. What's surprising even,
full course yellow.
And we're gonna get a full course yellow. What has happened for a full course yellow?
Let's find out.
Full course
there
yellow
it is.
in 10 seconds.
We've had 37
10,
minutes of green flag
9,
running. There is
8,
part of the
7,
story.
6,
Adrian and Wynn
5,
in the
4,
number 5 Corvette
3,
has
2,
got no front
1.
bumper
Full course yellow
anymore.
now.
I want to see the number 5 coming to almost a stop there as it slows for full course yellow. There might be somebody stopped somewhere else, so we'll have a look around. But yeah, clearly the number 5 has been into something or someone as the race slows down to a full course yellow once again here. That was the longest run of the race so far, by the way, but yeah, it was just only just over half an hour.
Yeah, we got some good racing out there, all here in the racetrack. But unfortunately, one of my favorite cars, which was the Screechy Moose Motorsports Corvette, had an issue. And we're going to look on the replay, a potential issue coming into Indianapolis, maybe coming in too fast. The car was already very twitchy even. And the Mooses basically lose their horns to wildlife.
That's a big accident at Indianapolis, and the car gets back into the pit lane, thankfully. So repairs can begin on that Corvette after losing it through Indianapolis. Looks like that's the story of why the full course yellow is out.
But I think it is going to be longer because Screechy Moose car is already on the pit lane, so it must be something else.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, we're on board with Adrian Alonso there, by the way, who's doing a lot more than 60 kilometres an hour. Don't want to don't want to call him out or anything, but he was catching that LMP2, which is quite unusual. He's up in 5th gear at the moment. I'm not sure if he's using the pit limiter. But earlier in the day was given a drive-through penalty for a speed violation for full course yellow.
Full course yellow ending in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
10,
Interesting.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
So, unless the Corvette has a different area, I can actually view the pit lane limiter. I think it wasn't engaged.
Yeah, I think that is the case as well. There's another 2-minute interruption draws to a close. The first full course yellow was actually quite a little bit longer for the early part of the race, mainly because of the incidents we saw as people were slowing down for the full course yellow itself. But we're back underway again here at the Circuit de la Sarthe today. The battle for the lead in LMP2 has just popped back up again. The battle for the lead overall has gone away because of not because of the full course yellow, but during the full course yellow it has. And out front in LMP2, Elias Lopinen has been caught by Pedro Ferrari just as they're getting back under green here. It's always weird, isn't it, the way that things slow down and then close back up again, or indeed spread apart as the full course yellows go in and come out. But this is the LMP2 leading fight now because of that full course yellow we've seen in the last couple of moments. It's Elias Lopinen and Pedro Ferrari. The number 6 car is one place higher than it otherwise would have been with the change since the start of the race. But before battle can actually transpire, the Impact Motorsport car comes in. The number 6, and that is after 10 laps out there on the racetrack. So they're doing just 10 lap stints at the moment. Earlier on, from the number 7 LMP2, we were able to see a 11 lap stint, but Lopinen not able to do that. It's just 10 laps and comes in on lap 19 for the second stop of the LMP2 race after just an hour and 21, and that's even with full course yellow interruption. These LMP2 fuel tanks are very, very small, but it means that number 38 goes on and takes the lead here, and sadly we won't get that battle at the front in LMP2, but these pit stops have to be made, and next time round the other leaders in LMP2 will have to make them.
Yeah, interesting enough, just seeing that thing going on as we got the Rusty Spatulas racing. So a familiar face for us. You and seeing the boys from Simicube being present over here in this event. They take part in some events, not only in the SEC but also VSCA. So it's good to see Mika Takala, for example, being present over here again, and the other boys from Simicube as well. So for those still wondering, the colors is to remember that mostly brownish colors to remember a Rusty Spatula, which I still have yet to see in my life what is a Rusty Spatula.
Indeed, mine's made of plastic.
Yeah, mine too, man.
That's not going to rust, I don't think, in my lifetime.
And my other spatula is made out of Inox steel, so that is not going to get rusty as well.
That is a mystery, but no, as you say, very recognisable livery on the grid and a recognisable group. The Rusty Spatula's team, all Finnish outfit. In this race are running 12th at the moment in LMGT3. Just up in front of them, though, Richie Chuan is there in the Mustang. You can see him just in behind, towering over that Lamborghini of Adrian Diquez. Right now, coming out of Tete Rouge, always a difficult one though when there's somebody blinking in front of you like that. The Mustang towering over the Lamborghini and perhaps getting through in the next couple of months, though Diquez is getting the slipstream off the Aston Martin, the BMW just ahead rather. That's a lapped car of Lucas Abreu in the number 4 BMW, staying in the middle of the road, now pulling to the inside, so a bit of miscommunication for a moment, but lap car staying out of the way because they recognise that a battle is coming through here.
Whoa, nearly made contact. Chuan with the back of the Eggers right there at the exit of the corner of the iRacing team, the 967 iRacing team. Chuan, which is a very good driver, by the way, in that Impact car, is a very fast one. That sometimes the thing is, Chuan is a very fast driver, but he usually gets into some issues here and there. We can see that in Zandvoort race, for example, where he found himself in the wrong end of the stick a few times and had to kind of reset his race of sorts every now and then. But I wonder also if the damage on the front right of the car might be taking some straight line speed out of the Mustang in comparison to the Lamborghini, which in kind of coldish conditions even is a car to be looked at because it is a very good car.
Indeed. Here comes the Mustang though on the way towards Mulsanne corner. Is there going to be a move here? A late move. A move on the brakes from Richie Chouhan. Down the inside, stops it in time for Mulsanne corner. That was a very nicely executed move. It's always a problem when you're coming down the inside at Mulsanne corner that you could just go that little bit too late on the brakes and overshoot slightly into Mulsanne corner. But no, on that occasion, put it up very, very nicely. The problem is, though, that Lamborghini is going to be able to get a massive slipstream because of the size of the Mustang. And so Dequez now is going to get into the slipstream and respond on the way in towards Indianapolis. But no, we'll stay behind. I think recognises the difference in speed between these two and decides to stay behind. And at this stage in the race, playing single file through Indianapolis is absolutely the right call.
Yeah. You still have 22 hours, 34 minutes into a race like this. You really want to be doing a move at Indianapolis, which is a low percentage move in my point of view, as Vrolik in the Poised by VF car is the car that started behind, is under pressure from the Vulture M Sport driven by Terry Haig, which is another one of the VSCA teams that are taking part in this event.
Absolutely. Well, right aboard with the Porsche here. As a change made-time for third in the LMP2 class, Diego Luigi passed Bart Mathieu. And they're not far from, well, I thought they would be in the pit lane last time round actually. But no, we do not see any stops in LMP2 this time. Ward Sternenberg got in to the number 6 from the lead, by the way, on lap number 19. But while that car was only able to go 10 laps, the others are going 11 here, and they went a lap longer in the previous one, so not sure whether this is a strategical call from the number 6 to have shorter stints, or whether they're just not getting the fuel mileage at the moment, but the others have carried on for some time longer.
Yeah, I'm intrigued in that as well, because I know sometimes running into this clean air can be a good thing of sorts, but then again, having clean air is not always the best thing because you're not going to be able to save fuel. But Le Mans has so many long sections of straights, Ewan, that, for example, if you lift your gas around 250 meters and just cruise it and coast it into the corners, you can save some considerable fuel. You're going to have to be doing on the other ones as well, but sometimes you just really want to try to get a performance out of the car, and you can basically get those laps back as the stints wind down, and potentially they could be on the same level as the playing field right now in front of them.
We are just coming up to an hour and a half into the 24 Hours de la Sarthe here this afternoon on ECV TV. Glad to have everybody along watching on in this brilliant first 90 minutes that we've seen here at Le Mans so far. So much to talk about, so much to be excited by. Meantime, another change for 11th here as Adrian Dequez continues to fall down the field. He's fallen 2 places in the last 2 laps. Richie Chouhan got through into Mulsanne corner last time round, and Mika Takala is now ahead for the Rusty Spatulas team as well. So Adrian Dequez is starting to just lose 1 or 2 places here. The 967 team. The more encouraging thing is the fact they were able to get an extra lap out of their fuel tank on the opening stint of this race, and maybe that's an avenue they're going down as far as this race is concerned.
Yeah, 100%. As we're seeing pit stops coming out from the Hypercars with the Bravo teams. No Shot coming in, Project 91 coming in, the HRC Gamma Sim, Delta Racing team are coming in as well to do their pit stops. So also the LMP2s, basically the bunch of the top 5 are doing their pit stops as well. Even in the LMP2 Pro Amps as well, doing their pit stops too in the current moment.
Yeah, it's busy down on pit lane at the moment with these prototypes into pit lane. Very, very busy in the lane as it stands. As Dequez gets close on the way towards Indianapolis, but just backs out of it. I expected this from LMP2s, I must say, in terms of their stint lengths, but that time round for 191 and for 20 in the Hypercars, that was an 11-lap stint for them as well, and we had a bit of full course yellow. No formation lap interrupting this time round. Just a lot of fuel burn from these Hypercars, it looks like, and therefore going to be a lot of stops.
I wonder also if the fact that we've had a bigger run of green flag and also the track is getting colder, Ewan might be playing into effect over here, because right now we are at 32 degrees Celsius on track. Is playing into the effect of having more speed, hence more fuel burn out of the car. You're staying with the right-hand pedal footed down more so than in the beginning of the race. So that could be also something to be looked at down the line.
We'll try and report on driver changes as they're happening here as well. There'll be a lot of them happening, but we've only had an hour and a half for these prototypes, to be fair, so maybe they will continue on. Oh dear, the number 99 has had trouble. That was a top contending car here. The Acura had taken up 4th place as they were running before. They were up to 2nd with a bit of the pit stops that we've just seen. But Josh Mitchell on his in-lap here.
Car looks broken.
Yeah, it's left hand down here, and it's got a meatball. So on his in-lap, Josh Mitchell has got into trouble here.
Unfortunate to see that. We're probably going to get a full course yellow anytime soon, as he is about to reach the Porsche curves, and I know there's some traffic right behind him, about to catch him up in a little bit.
There's the HRC team by Paul Botting Motorsport. I think he's navigating it quite well. It's front end. There's nobody behind him, so might be okay to continue on here under green. Mitchell just has to be careful.
It is the Porsche curve, so they might go down a little bit slower than usual. But we'll see. We'll see what will happen as they cross it down the first leg.
Yeah, looks like he's controlling it well through here, but we'll see how long this pit repair is now. It's going to be another car falling off the lead lap potentially in the next few moments. We've already had a couple of them. Ricardo Orozco still off the lead lap. Stuart Ash is he is off the lead lap at the moment, and technically is in if you take out strategy. Sven Ulbrecht and Joe Delgado as well off the lead lap as it stands, as Josh Mitchell comes into the pit lane. The 58 able to carry on again, so they're able to do another 12 laps. This is great fuel mileage from this Porsche at the moment.
Surprising to see the commitment also from Alessio Lucignoli and seeing the Italian driver doing really good in the Porsche. But then again, it doesn't surprise me the Porsche doing really good mileage. Normally they talk about the Porsche being one of the best cars in mileage, and can go the longer in the field normally. So it doesn't surprise me to see that number 58 first and foremost not being aggressive, and second and most important, being efficient in the mile as well. And I think we have driver swaps, by the way, in the NOP number 89, as Ryan Gill took over from Bart Matyas in the current moment, as the W2 number 21 car went the longest than everyone else, and just under pit stop too.
That's a 2 11-lap stints from W2. You come into pit lane now in number 21.
Boys to be proud.
But the Bravo team are going to retake the lead with these stops. So Pedro Ferrari is going to lead. Ward Steunenberg is going to be then second for the number 6 team. He's just taken over from Elias Loppanen. So that's a change for the lead, isn't it, in LMP2? The stop was 4 seconds longer for the 6 team, rather. No, that can't be right. The 38 team stop was longer. And Steunenberg is still behind him. So not entirely sure what's gone on there, but the 38 anyway is in front, and they're back to where they qualified, those two.
Yeah, I wonder how this fuel mileage race is playing out between some teams, how comfortable they are in terms of, maybe going faster than anyone else, and how this is being played out, because we still have yet to see a virtual safety car to kind of like reset the field of sorts, right, Ewan? Because full course yellow, I think a full course yellow doesn't change anything in terms of the state. the virtual safety car does, and that's depending when it gets thrown, and depending when that happens, it basically reset everything, and basically some of these guys that might be a lap down or something like that in the grid can get their laps back and basically be within the same playing level as everyone else. As I think Neo Forbes in Wastegate has a little bit of an issue coming out of the Dunlop chicane. Don't know if he had changed his tires, though I have yet to confirm, but is suffering pressure from the Mustang right behind in the battle for 8th place. I think that's the Bravo Snow car that I'm right behind doing pressure. It is.
The 58 now comes into pit lane, by the way, from the lead. That is 2 laps longer than anybody else who's remaining up the front here because of the 9 of Oliver Clark still down on pit lane. They're going to go probably a lap down now. Meantime, stop and go 30 for car 51. Avoidable contact under full course yellow. That is the Cadillac team World of Sim Racing, who must have hit somebody, and they've got a pretty severe penalty.
Let me look if it is what I think it is. Yeah, it is. They made contact with our team. That was basically the lap 2
okay.
Penalty.
Fine. Okay, so that's from that's from earlier. No penalties since then, by the way. So it's been at least not given out by race control yet. So it's been a good clean race mostly. I have had a few full course yellows, but got to remember at least half of those were created by solo incidents, which obviously can happen anywhere. So fair play to these drivers for keeping things so entertaining to watch so far. As I mentioned earlier, Lorenzo, we had 56 cars on the grid here. It's a wonderfully formed field. Great field of drivers, great teams on the grid, some high quality opposition for everybody. But most of all, a clean race through most of the field here, which is exactly what you want, and it's been a very entertaining watch so far.
Yeah, 100%. It's been very good racing so far from most of the teams. A lot of the teams committed into it. By the way, I just saw the overall leader coming out in the absolute Aslith car, and now talking about Hypercars, the HRC Gamma Sim having issues at the exit of the 4 chicanes. Lost 2 positions to Rosso and eventually to the Delta Racing team, as just the Hazier has an issue. I really want to believe, I think he just went over too much in the Kirby, so on the first and second leg.
Let's have a little look towards the 4 chicanes. Will the Acura over that first curb a little bit too hard, and a spin into the gravel. Number 7, by the way, drive through for incident responsibility, is the LMP2 of Impact Simsport. That is not the one competing for the lead. That's the number 6, but the number 7, only driven by Bjorn Philipsey, is going to have to drive through for incident responsibility in the next couple of moments as well.
Yeah, as their day couldn't get any a little bit worse. They had a disconnection at the very beginning of this race, and now they get a penalty.
Yeah, not ideal moment for them. It's an incident, by the way, with the 87 it was at the time. So there we go.
And we might have a battle for the lead brewing really soon, because I know Aslith is on his own new tires, and I know also Bravo's no shot is catching up to now Stefano Giovannoni, which took over from Alessio. So new driver in the number 58 Porsche. So we're still going to see that battle probably going on as soon as he cooks Indianapolis, and that's definitely going to be a battle for the lead now.
Well, it is. You were right to predict this one, because the Aslith Porsche is getting caught now by number 20, and we've got a battle for the lead here. About an hour and 40 gone in the 24 Hours de la Sarthe here this weekend. One of the great events of the year. It's been royally entertaining so far. Stefano Giovannoni leading the way through the Porsche curves. Just shows you how long it takes for these tyres to get up to temperature, doesn't it, here? Because still just fighting the car through the Porsche curves, and you compare that with Mello, who is absolutely pinned at the moment in this battle for the race lead.
Yeah, you're kind of like inside the cockpit screaming, "Give me grip!" But there's grip, no grip at all. I actually had to take my microphone away so I didn't deafen some spectators.
But I'm pleased you did that.
I did it. Don't worry about it. I'm a professional.
Yeah. Well, over the line, and these two pretty much nose to tail for the lead here. About 30 seconds back for the Michael Simpson-driven number 25, by the way. Michael Herman Frey then in 4th place, the long-time race leader from earlier on in the day in the Project 91 Porsche. There was out front, but these two have managed to get themselves into a good position now. 1 and 2 in this race, and they're fighting it out. But you'd say that with the fuel that they've got over the others, the fuel strategy advantage, the 58 surely is holding a big advantage in terms of this race, realistically, although they are nose to tail on the racetrack right now.
Yeah, 100%. But then again, we have to see, we saw Alessio Lucignoli being very effective in it as the Heikki Gomez goes ahead of the Vortex Aston Martin, which is driven by Victor Clout, which is currently, if I'm not incorrect, and I have to confirm that, I'm just looking into the standings. They are the current LMGT3 leaders in the championship. So this is a team that is very experienced, someone they should be looked at. So especially when Vaya Maiko is in the car, still looking forward to see how that one is going to go down. As Thiago Mello, I think he's going to have the inside on the second chicane.
Here he goes to the inside, and Mello gets to the lead. Not too much argument there from the Italian Stefano Giovannoni, who lets him go, realises the scenario, and decides to let him past at this early stage of the race. But Mello gets to the lead, and will now power away, I think, in the lead in the number 20. That was just a pretty nice, simple pass, really, down the inside at the second chicane there.
Yeah. And no fighting from the Asalith car. I think he's just trying to stay within tow of the Bravo Snow Shot car that is driven by Brazilian Christian Mello for now.
Right, well, that lead battle changes overall in the hypercar class. I want to go back to LMP2 because we've got Elias Loppanen, who has spent a lot of time in the number 6 Impact SimSport car and leading in the LMP2 class, and he joins us now after the first stint of the race at Le Mans today. Elias, welcome in. Thanks for chatting to us, by the way, so early on in this race with just less than 2 hours complete. How are you feeling after that first stint in the car? You had 2 fuel runs in an LMP2, totaling about a 90-minute stint or so in the car. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was good. I think, I mean, there was so many full course yellows at the start that it was easy to cool down and reset, but yeah, it wasn't anything special, really.
Is that how you were treating the full course yellows? There were, as you say, there were quite a few towards the beginning. There were 3 in the first hour and 4 during your stint. Was it not disruptive or for you in, that you couldn't get a rhythm in the car, or was it a nice break to have?
I think it's a nice break. You get to kind of just look around, know where people are, kind of refocus yourself on what you need to do for the stint, and yeah.
More generally, the LMP2s, as we know in this race, are the ones who are having to make passes on GT3s, and you're being passed by hypercars as well. How is that to deal with at the Circuit de la Sarthe over the course of this race?
It's a bit tricky. I didn't get any GTPs really on my stint, but yeah, there's some corners where you can't really do anything, and you just have to hope that the other class agrees with what you want to do.
More looking forward into the future. We're currently watching at the moment as your teammate Ward Steunenberg gets onto the back of Pedro Ferrari for the lead in this race. What's the outlook on where you can finish in this race here? Who's your big rivals for the race win, do you think, in 22 and a bit hours time?
Well, I think the Bravo Snow car is really competitive. Then obviously our other sister car that had some issues, they've been climbing back up, but I think we're on a bit of a different strat to the others around us. So hopefully we can be competitive at the end.
And by the way, just before we let you go and get back to your team and you can properly cool down after your stint, what is the situation, do you think, in terms of the way that you're thinking? I mean, you don't have to tell us your actual strategy, obviously. That would be that would be too much. But what is the thinking in terms of the different driver classifications here, the different drive times that you're having to satisfy? Have you got a set way of planning this all out, where you want to be at certain points in the race in terms of having completed your drive time or certain drivers' drive time in the team? Or are you sort of putting this race together in terms of that as it goes along, as you're reacting to full course yellows and potential safety cars over the course of the race?
Well, we have a plan, but the full course yellows, safety cars, everything makes it kind of hard to follow. So it's more, I'd say, checkpoints along the way that we know we've satisfied something that we needed to do in that point of the race.
One last one. When are we going to be seeing you next back in the car? Is it going to be before nightfall or during the night? When are we seeing you next?
Should be quite soon.
Okay. Well, we look forward to seeing that again in a couple of hours' time. Elias, thanks for chatting to us, and good luck for the remainder of this race this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. That is Elias Loppanen, who was driving the number 6 Impact Simsport car earlier on. While that's going on, Thiago Mello is holding on to the lead ahead of Stefano Giovannoni, and out front in LMP2, just as we were chatting to Elias there, we had Ward Steunenberg getting onto the back of Pedro Ferrari as well. So we've got 2 leading battles going on, Lorenzo, at the moment in our top 2 classes in this race.
Oh, we got things going on in this race track. We got some mental, psychological track battles. We got everything that we got on our plate right now. So looking forward to see what the Italian is going to do, especially now as both of them are going to get held up by the I think that is the Vortex car or a Porsche that was holding up the Vulture that was holding up in the entry of the Porsche curves.
Yeah, always one of those, there you go, just slipping through on the way towards Corvette. Always one of those moments in these, at this circuit, I should say, with the Porsche curves, because the speed difference is just so large. I mean, you're driving a hypercar for this race, Lorenzo. That is the point in this circuit, isn't it, where it's hypercars that are unbelievably quick compared to the GT cars, which are, well, they're not slow, of course, in their own right, but in comparison to the hypercars, it's a big difference.
Yeah, there's an astounding difference, especially in the corners, man. You have to proceed a certain way around them. The first lag, I would say, if you go, for example, on the Porsche curves on a GT3, if you catch them up on the first lag, no chance, unless you are side by side at the entry of the corner. The first lag, you're gonna have to basically give up and wait for the second right-hand curve, the second right-hand curve, for you to do the overtake around the outside, where the downforce and the natural speed of the prototypes make it a little bit easier right there for you to do that overtake. Otherwise, you're just a victim of time loss. It's that thing of traffic giving and traffic taking sometimes. Some of the corners over here, it is that thing of like, how do you manage the time loss of traffic taking your time away against someone else?
There's one for the bingo card. Traffic giving and taking away. That's the first usage, I think. Through the final Ford chicanes again. Ford Steinenberg. I mean, I should have asked Elias really about this, but I do wonder what the scenario is here. You mentioned that the Bravo Snow team will be one of the big rivals in terms of this LMP2 race today, and that might well be true. But what about this moment in the race? I mean, it seems to me like Ward Steinenberg wants to just stay behind and take the field, really, rather than actually push on. And that would absolutely make sense. He is the silver, is Steinenberg, in the team. Loppanen, we were just speaking to there, is one of the platinum drivers, so will be saved for late in the race. But they're trying to get some of Steinenberg's drive time out the way at the moment, and it's a good idea to do this right now while they can draft off the back of Pedro Ferrari in that Bravo Snow team. That's using up some of their platinum drive time, while they're using up some of their minimum 6 hours silver driving time in LMP2.
Yeah, so this is the one interesting topic for me, of silvers and maybe against someone else. But don't take away even silvers have some really good performance if you really give it a proper thought into it, right? Ewan. You have some from experience of commentating in the SEC. There are very fast silver drivers to look at, as the leader in LMGT3, Tristan Engelstad, is going to come into the pit lane. And for Ward right there is maybe trying to play the number game for now, as their sister car in the Body M Sport 100 is going to come in as well, and the remaining of some of the lead, the GT3 traffic, is going to come in to do their service in here.
Yeah, we'll probably find it easier to say who's not coming in these few moments for LMGT3, because that's 13 laps of a stint for them. Pretty much uninterrupted with full course yellow. They've only had one full course yellow for 2 minutes while they've been out there, so barely making any difference really when it's that short. So yeah, everybody coming in after 13 laps. Now are these two coming in because they're side by side? Richie Chuan is on the inside and he can't be coming in. He's going to carry on. Hopefully he's remembered that he's got enough, or hopefully he actually does have enough fuel.
He went the leaders.
Yeah, he did. He went 13 laps on his first stint actually, which means he could at least do 13 on his second, maybe even 14. So there we go. And as you say, there are the leaders. 1 hour 50 complete in this race this afternoon. Mello leads Giovannoni still nose to tail here. What a fight between these two.
A good battle from them. I wonder, but then again, we still have to think if Giovannoni is saving fuel behind, trying to play the numbers game, knowing that Mello has less fuel than them on this stint and overall. So it's that thing of what Mello is going to do. Does he eventually lift up the gas, let the Italians go through, and potentially work the fuel numbers game again? Remains to be seen, as the sister car, the brother car, goes ahead of the GT3. So now it's just seeing what Mello is going to do on the straight. Is he lifting on the 200 board, or what is going down for them right now?
Well, let's see. Between these two, it's been an interesting race of back and forth between these two. 7.5 seconds back is the 191. They gained nearly a second last time, by the way, did Michael Herman Frey in that Porsche. So they're coming again, the Porsche Project 91 team. They are absolutely on their way again. However, they're 7.5 seconds back still. But we've nearly had 2 hours of this race now, Lorenzo. I mean, we've got just a moment to reflect while we're watching this leading battle. What a race we've seen so far. This has been absolutely fantastic. And here we go. I'll break off from that for a moment, because the battle for fourth is on. This is from the leaders of those who've stopped. There's a Lamborghini in the middle of this of Adrian Dequez, who has not stopped with them, and so it makes it a little bit weird. And then there's another lap car behind that. I think Lucas Abro still, but Zachary, as he is in our racing, that's quite formal. He's leading this race in reality, and will be on the road very soon as well in that 113 Paul Botting Motorsport team car.
Yeah, which is a team that in LMP3 in the SEC is doing quite solidly as well. So it's good to see that not only Zach, but Connor and everyone else in the team are doing really good. I think if we're to remember, I think my conversation with with Zach and Connor regarding the race in Zandvoort, it's one of the craziest things I ever seen in my whole life. They won the race, Ewan, because the top three decided that they wanted to fight out of the exit of Tarzan corner on turn 1, and all 3 cars were killed in action.
Killed in action. Very good. But yeah, I mean, it is great to see him out there. Zach, we've both commentated with him before. We both know him. I've met him indeed. I know you
met him.
I know you haven't. Sadly, I have. Yeah, a few times actually. But yeah, he's currently leading the way in the 113, and very soon we'll be actually leading the way on the racetrack. But we'll get him in for a chat a little bit later on. But I mean, I was actually going to talk about this a little bit early on, so I might as well bring it up now. What a day so far for the Paul Botting Motorsport team, as a whole. I mean, this team 113 has gained places from 9th off of the start, and the 100 has qualified 3rd. the moment it looks like they're going to be 1 and 2, so both gaining at least 1 place, in this car's case about 8 or so, to get to 1 and 2 in this race. I know it's early on in this race, but it's a very, very good start for one team to have a 1 and 2 like that.
Yeah, it's a great start for them. I'm not surprised, judging by their performance in LMP3 in the SEC, and also even in GT3 and LMGT3 in the SEC season. They have a very solid lineup that, when well trained, and they train quite a lot. You know, not gonna. They can bring up the pace. Not any driver whatsoever, regardless if it's gonna be Connor, if it's gonna be Zach, if it's going to be Timothy Johnson, if it's gonna be Bobler, if it's gonna Bubler, if it's gonna be Tristan Engelstad and Maxime Leonard, which is one of our series organizers over here, our sporting director, basically, in the SEC. So anyone in that team have pace, and they are able to match up to basically any one of the top level teams, especially their bronze drivers. So looking forward to see as the day winds down how well of a position they will be in comparison to the opposition.
Yeah, of course, there's such a long way to go. It's hard to say how it's going to end up for them, but it's started off very well. In LMGT3, they are 1 and 2. Might as well just do a run through of the top 10 in LMGT3 while we're on them. So Paul Bike Motorsport 1-2. Then it's Franek Sikorsky for Project 91 in 3rd place. Miguel Pinto is now in the 77. I believe that was started by Thomas Silva earlier, wasn't it? And they're now 3rd. Jason Keddy has gotten into this Mustang for flight level, and they're up 14 places, by the way, to 5th. Obviously not as impressive as Sikorsky, who's up 19 to 3rd. Marek Gdański is then 6th, ahead of a battle for 7th between Danilo Vaz and Liam Kilton. And then, to rounding out the top 10, Reha Soganci and Mako Van Look round out the top 10 in LMGT3. So that's how it looks. There's the Vortex number 2. That's how the top 10 looks in LMGT3, and some big gaps starting to appear in this class already, even after just 2 hours. At the very front of the field, Thiago Melo still leads, but the gap's less than 0.2 of a second in front of Stefano Giovannoni. And then, in behind Giovannoni, Michael Herman Fry is catching up. He's only just 4 seconds behind. So, yeah, it's going Project 91's way, I'd say, at the moment, in terms of Hypercar. In terms of the speed that they've got, they're very impressively catching at the moment.
Yes, I think right now, with the fact that they are probably one of the lightest cars in the field, they are the fastest car off the bunch, because Melo and Giovannoni are doing 328s and 329s, whereas Michael Fry is doing 330.27s. They are the fastest car on the field as it stands right now. So it's going to take something else from them. And right now, as soon as I open up my mouth, Michael Fry just does the fastest lap of the race so far with a 326.26 point.
Yeah, indeed. 26.2 is 1.2 seconds quicker than anybody else. Sorry, 1.1 seconds quicker than anybody else inside the top 10 in terms of fastest lap. João Di Gregorio in the number 50 Rosso Esports team, might not have been him, but the number 50 Rosso car has gone into the 26.9s at least, but that's still 0.6 quicker than them. That's an extraordinary lap time, and the battle for the lead is about to become a 3-driver fight, I would say, as Giovannoni continues on, just taking this super calmly at the moment. He's not willing to trouble the 20 at all, not wanting to trouble that BMW at all by trying to make a move. And even look at that, not trying to follow the 20 through there, diving on that LMP2, just staying behind for the moment.
Yeah, just chill. The game is named Be Chilled. I'm trying to find the word in Italian, but I really don't want to say calma, because I don't know if calma exists in Italian.
Tranquillo.
Tranquillo. No, but that's
Spanish.
But that could be in Italian anyway. Tranquilli. I think it's tranquilli, if I remember correctly. Any Italians in the chat, you can at me, and I should know, because I'm half Italian, so it's interesting. I'm getting reports that the skies are looking pretty dark after the Mulsanne, and I'm looking at the horizon, and it looks to be interesting as it stands. But I look at the weather. Newsflash: no rain.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you give us an update on the weather, you know, like what you said earlier, we're not. By the way, was that in sim time when you said about 1 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, in sim time.
Yeah, so that would be 11 hours in.
Pretty much halfway. Pretty 10, 11 hours in. Yeah.
Yeah. So still a good 8 hours away at least, if we are going to see any rain over the course of this race. We're approaching 2 hours complete in the 24 Hours de la Sarthe here on ACV TV. Good to be with you. Glad that you've joined us on this Sunday afternoon, or Sunday evening if you're getting in over in Europe at the moment. Sunday tea time. Myself, Ian O'Leary, Lorenzo Bronda, bringing you the first 4 hours of this 24-hour race. We'll hand over at that point to Matthew Duffin and Ashley Denman, who will take you through the next 4, and myself and Lorenzo will return early in the morning. Oh, not that early actually, but in the morning for a stint from 8 to 4 hours to go, and that's going to be where the race is sort of starting to pitch itself towards the end. The sun's going to be up by the time we return, Lorenzo. It might have rained, and that's the point at which the final 8 hours you're really looking towards the end, and how you're going to navigate your way towards that with your strategy and so on.
Yeah, but I'm now going to bring up a really interesting topic for you. Do you want this race to rain a little bit?
No, to be honest. I'm quite enjoying it as it is, but do you?
There's a part of me that want to say yes, and there's a part of me that want to say no. By the way, I think the Absolute Athlete got to slow down. Project 91 also got to slow down as everything getting a little bit crazy as the Impact car tries to dive down the Bravo Snow car. Danilo Vaz, which worked on our spotter guide, very good work from Danilo, just managed to fend off the position. And I think he has a slowdown coming out of the corner. He's probably going to have to let the Impact car go by, but you really don't want to be serving that slowdown and blocking the way of other drivers in the field. That could be dangerous for everyone.
Yeah, it's really awkward trying to serve a slowdown in this scenario here. We want to do it through the corner to try and yeah, there you go, try and get it served while he's going through a turn or something, and that was very nicely done actually from Vaz there, as he went through Mulsanne corner. There goes one of the BMW Hypercars through, but this is one of the more lively groups in the field, isn't it? Further down in LMGT3. This is a battle effectively for 7th place. Danilo Vaz just on the back of Liam Kilton here. There is the number 16 Mustang. In towards Indianapolis. The LMP2 coming through as well as that Hypercar that's just gone through a little bit of time ago. It's because there's so many cars in this race and nobody's retired yet, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
We've got a very, very busy racetrack. Despite 13.5 kilometres, there's still 56 of them.
And still 56, and there are still pockets of racing going on everywhere with the different strategies going on, and also looking really good for us to properly watch this race unfold. And it's good that despite what transpired, the full course yellows and everything, we still have some race going.
Towards the Porsche curves for these LMGT3s. Oh, look at that. That's a late move in the Porsche curves on Van Look there from one of the LMP2s, just navigating traffic. It's a therapeutic sight at the Circuit de la Sarthe, seeing traffic. Has made time for 2nd place. Michael Herman Fry is on the back of Stefano Giovannoni and gets through. Giovannoni doesn't want any part of that at all. Michael Herman Fry gets ahead and gets into 2nd position. So we are absolutely seeing a driver on a charge. A driver who wants to retake the race lead after losing it earlier on. In case you've not been with us so far, we had the Project 91 team taking the lead off the start, despite the fact they qualified in 3rd. They dived to the outside through the Tetrus S's on the opening lap, and later on in that first lap of the race, they were able to take the race lead. But just after the first pit stops of the day, they were spun out by the Rosso Esports LMGT3 Ferrari. That didn't give them any damage, but it did certainly lose them a lot of time. That gave the number 50 Rosso Esports Hypercar the lead briefly, although they got pretty bad damage, and Therefore, they're back to 10th place and 2 minutes down. There they are. But the 191 team have recovered a lot better than that. They've had to push and they've had to work their way through the field, and they've had issues on the way. But they are now back fighting for the lead. And last time round, Michael Herman Fry, fastest lap of this race, 2.9 seconds quicker than Thiago Mello as well. This battle for the lead is on here, and Project 91 look like they're about to return, although that wasn't an ideally placed Aston Martin. They're going to lose a little bit of time through there.
Didn't they just match their best lap of the race in this lap as well? Because as far as I remember, their best lap of the race was a 2:61, and they matched it.
Yeah. Incredible pace from Michael Herman Fry at the moment. And as I said earlier, unlike the Asalith team, these guys are not waiting around. I think Project 91 want to go on and lead here, and they want to extend an advantage at the front of the field in the lead here, which is, well, impressive sort of desire here, and an ambition is the word I'm looking for. But Mello is not going to let this happen easily.
Yeah, but let me tell you why. Because I had a moment over here. I couldn't explain why I don't want rain. Because of the tire allocation.
Yeah.
If we get rain, the allocation gets reset by iRacing, so it would be unlimited tires for everyone again. It would basically be a race from the ground up. As there you go, the Project 91 goes into the lead.
Whoa!
As he cooks the corner again and nearly rear ends Vulture, and Malo had to take offensive action to avoid a potential crash, and now puts the Asalith car side by side coming out of the corner.
Watch out here, the Porsche staying to the right-hand side cleverly there, but Giovannoni just backs out of it because he doesn't want to force a three-wide moment with nearly 22 hours to go. But Michael Herman Fry comes through to take the race lead. Porsche Project 91 were leading earlier after their spin, after the first pit stops of the race. They're leading again about 10 laps after the second pit stops of this race. As I said earlier, it's taken them a while to get back to this lead. They are leading nicely now, and Giovannoni looks like he wants to go with them here. It looks like it could be a Porsche 1-2 here as Thiago Mello tries to hold on to second position in the BMW here. Holds the inside, he's going to be let back in by Giovannoni, who I think the Italian, though, is concerned that Herman Fry's just going to get away, and there's more pace in that Asalith car, but he can't use it, stuck behind Thiago Mello.
Yeah, and to note that Fry actually pitted in the same lap as Thiago Mello, so it's like he has 2 laps more in terms of fuel, but the pace looks to be better from Michael Fry than both of these guys. I know sometimes it looks like that Stefano Giovannoni doesn't want the smoke and try to, go into a battle around the corners and the straights and around the cars and everything. But from what it looks like, the body language out of the 58 is coming to be more feisty in the last few corners, and potentially the Italian might be starting to look forward to going to making those moves against the Brazilian and try to stay closer to Michael Fry and that Project 91 Porsche, because from what it looks like, the Porsche is running away more than 1.5 seconds in against these two.
To the last part of that, Mello responds by coming into pit lane. Number 20 in after 33 laps. That's another 11 lap stint from them. That's all they've done over the course of this race. 191 had done to this point as well, but they're carrying on for a 12th for the first time. I don't expect to see the 58 in anytime soon. They will be able to go at least another 3 laps here on from what we've seen already.
Yeah, and Michael is, from what it looks like, is getting a little bit antsy with what's going on as Impact has to slow down, so it's being served and right now. So as they just go through, I think the Mustang out of both Harry Miettinen and Michael Van Luke just go forward than Nilo Vaz. So we'll see if Miettinen is going to put that car on the outside and go for an overtake. Courageous. I don't know if this is going to work though.
Oh, tight into this first chicane. Henry Miettinen though gets into, well, holds on to 9th in front of Liam Kilton. Lost a couple of places in this stint. Van Luck has gained a couple in that Aston Martin just up in front there. You can see the number 2 Vortex Aston Martin. 9 places on the day, but up a couple of places on just the last 10 minutes. There he is, the Belgian. An all-Belgian team, number 2. And there you go, holds it in towards the second chicane as well, nicely. So another nice fight back in LMGT3. There's been so many of these so far in this race. I know it's early on in the race, and so sometimes difficult to see what the point of it is so early on with such a long way to go, but entertaining fights. And when there's conflict in terms of who should be leading a group, it's always exciting as well. Miettinen looking quick on the way towards the final, the Mustang corner, I should say. Can't do it into here. He forces late braking from Van Look, who keeps 8th place again. So Miettinen will now just try and go with him.
Just retaining position for now, as you can see Liam Kilton behind, just following suit on these two cars. On the 10th place Impact GT3, as we get more pit stops, the HRC Gamma Sim is in the pit lane, and I think that's pretty much it from the prototypes as it stands for now, as all these 3 cars go around Indianapolis, and I think there's one car up in front, which is Wastegate, which is sitting 7th place, which seems to be broken away a little bit. And there's the is that the Porsche 91 car that just got around them? It looks to be, but I don't think it is.
The 191, you mean?
Yeah, it is the 191.
It is, yeah, that is the race leader. So there they go, another lap down overall. The overall leader completing lap 34 at the moment. These guys completing lap 30. So already 4 laps down after just about 2 hours of this race. You do the maths, that will mean at that rate there'll be 48 laps down by the end. I don't think that's quite going to be the amount by the end, but anyway, that's the rate they're going at the moment. And there goes the Slith car. So they continue on trying to chase 191, although Hastings going to stop now because Michael Herman Fry will surely be coming into the pit lane on this lap. And there we go, into pit lane he goes. 34 laps in, sorry, not 34 laps on that stint, 12 laps on that stint, but at the end of 34 laps in the race. If he's getting out the car, then I'll try and grab him for a word in the next half an hour or so. But he's had an eventful stint so far, and it would be a stint well done, I think, if he were to get out after this point at 2 hours 10 minutes.
Yeah, right about a good margin for you to get out of the car and avoid getting the tiredness effect, as Kilton got around on the 4 chicanes, got a little bit of a weird exit against Henry Miettinen, and Miettinen basically tried to go on the Dunlop chicane, but well defended by the American, and keep that number 16 car in front.
There is a driver change for 191, by the way. Max Andrews is going to be driving there now. He's, as they all are, a designated platinum driver in that team. They've got 4 drivers, 4 platinum drivers. So if you look at that, I mean, that's sort of a third of Michael Herman Fry's driving for the whole race done just there.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, only them and Bravo and the Rosso team are composed of platinums. Only them and the other team.
Do you mean of 4 platinums or all platinums?
Or 4 platinums, only platinums in the car.
Only platinums. The number 50 Ferrari Rosso Esports team is indeed another one of those. You're letting the sign down in 54. Sorry.
Wow. Ewan O'Leary. Wow. It's still
a gold.
That's the revenge for me calling you out for Sebring. I'll say that's valid. Okay.
It's not. It's not revenge. No. Yeah, you are correct. By the way, they are the only 2 teams with all platinums. But that isn't to say that these other teams. It's a 2-horse race, and these other teams won't be competitive at all. There are still going to be lots of other we've already seen that with the Aslith team in 58. We've seen 2 drivers in there now. Lucignoli started and Giovanoli next. They're an all-gold team, but as far as we can see at the moment, they are absolutely on speed at the moment with Project 91 and Ferrari Rosso. It's going to be more than a 2-horse race among those 2 platinum teams.
Yeah, for sure. They are a team that is on pace. We cannot dictate the categorization for what it is. Just because the driver is platinum, he's going to be 3,000 miles faster than anyone else in the field. You have platinum that potentially would have the same speed as the golds would have. You have some silvers which are on platinum level. Same thing goes for gold. You have some golds which are on platinum level as well. I'm on the level of bronze despite being gold, so or not even gold. I would probably say brass, but that would be the more proper acknowledgement. But
rusty metal.
It is yeah, rusty metal. Not a rusty spatula, but a rusty metal.
No.
Yeah, but that's just how things are. You know, you cannot take the categorization, I would say, at face value, as Leandro Schmidt is going to come for his first pit stop.
Yeah, so this is 21 on a completely different strategy, really. When this folds out, when they have made their stop, they're sort of nowhere within the 8. But as soon as they pop back up again at the end of each stint, you wonder where they really are in this race. What do you make of LMP2 at the moment, with them going one longer than everybody else each time?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, because that could cut a final pit stop at the end of things. Oh, aggressive from Stefania. In the corner, basically shoved the Hazier into a slow zone. So I think that could be a potential slowdown for the 137 HRC Gamma Sim as the World of Sim Racing Cadillac moves on forward. But going back to the strategy of the boys, I know that might cut down a pit stop at the end of things, right, Ewan? That is a potential thing to observe. But the thing is, I don't know if that commitment to being one lap extra than everybody else is paying off based on track position. I hope they can get that time back, and if it remains the way it is, they are within the fight for the race, but for now it remains a long shot right now as they come out of the pit lane, just slightly ahead of Rosso Esports.
Yeah, indeed. In 5th position in LMP2. We've gone back just to the outside of the hypercar field here. Jesse Deschazier pacing down the 51 Cadillac at the moment for the final spot inside the top 10. There's the Porsche PAX 55 team, Alan Paris behind them. And they're up to 12th after starting from the very back of the field here today, by the way. They were the first of the hypercars who were at the back, but that's still 50th or so overall, or whatever it was. It's a very, very long way back for them in the hypercar field, and are still nearly 3 minutes off the lead. Obviously that is slightly false right now, with Giovannoni still to come in, which we're expecting this lap, by the way, as he does another 12 laps. But I think that the Aslith team have always made everybody else think about what their strategy here again in hypercars so far, because initially 191 especially was just doing 11 laps each time, and number 20 still is doing that here. Gabriel Petchley now the driver in the 20, but Giovannoni and the Aslith team doing 12 each time, I think, has made Project 91 change here and think, well, we can't let them get a whole pit stop ahead of us, because that's the way it was going.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to look about, right? I'm really compelled to see if they're gonna remain that for the continuation of the race, because of course we are on daylight. We have to see nighttime yet to kick in and fully strike the drivers in the racetrack. But we have a Project 91 car spun around on the on the Porsche curves.
Mikulski in trouble here through the Porsche curves, and he's going to be able to get it back round again. And thank goodness for that for his team, but that's going to undo some of the progress he'd made. They started from the back in LMGT3, don't forget they were one of the fastest teams on the way and one of the favourites, but had to start from the back. Just lost the rear there through the Porsche curves, just grazed the wall, but lucky. I think they've gotten away with that. Wow.
So lucky, man.
Wow. That is... wow, that is... I mean, how many times do you see somebody go through the Porsche curves like that and not end up with some major damage after a spin? That is absolutely incredible.
The likelihood of you spinning around on the Porsche curves and you basically unfold like a transformer would do is about 99%. Somehow he managed to get that 1% and escape with minimal damage. He only has a dent on the front left of the car.
Amazing. I mean, yeah,
wow.
Not even a sort of damage that is going to cost you a kilometre or two on the straight, I think. I think is, well, you can see a little bit of a dent there. Maybe it's going to cost him a tiny bit, but I mean, wow. They've absolutely gotten away with one there. And I think only dropped one place. I think the 77 Virtual Power team did get through. But yeah, Sikorsky will be thanking his lucky stars. And again, they're using up a lot of his driving time early on here. I'll say it again. But they've made a second pit stop in this race. The third stop is coming up quite soon. So surely he's got to be getting out by that point. But he's used nearly two and a half of his drive hours already.
Yeah, I'm probably not still overly concerned about this yet. I think you would be concerned of what if you're approaching this like 5-6 hours and later on in the race and he's still driving in the car and their bronzes and silvers have yet to do laps. It's something to be talked about, because then again they have 3 bronzes and at least one of the bronzes is away from doing laps. The other 2 have to do a minimum of 6 hours. They have to drive for half the race. What they are going to do about it. So how do you negotiate that moving forward?
We'll find out in the next 21 hours 40 minutes. For now, let's have a chat, shall we, to another one of our drivers, Michael Herman Frey, who has been a big feature of what we've been watching at the front of the field so far in this race. Michael, welcome in. And congratulations on such a great first stint in which you were eventually able to deliver your car in the race lead as you came into the pit lane anyway on lap 34. Just tell us about what those first 2 hours were like there.
We're quite close with the Ferrari Hypercar at the beginning. Just managed to stay ahead. He was quite good in the draft. But yeah, I think overall was some good pace. A bit unlucky with that one spin. Where we got hit by the Ferrari GT3, but yeah, overall I would say it was quite a good stint. Managed to do what I wanted to do, bring the car up to P1, and yeah.
As you say, the only misstep was that spin that you had, which was unfortunate, I suppose, more than anything, through Arnage. But tell us your point of view on it there. You seem to go a little bit wide, and it was your outlap as well. So was that a factor in the in what happened there on the after about an hour in this race?
Yeah, I just outbraked myself a bit. Was a bit too late on the brakes there. Like I had still the old tires on, so tires were still up to temperature, so it wasn't like the tires to blame. But yeah, I mean, I was going wide, still managed to keep it like with one wheel on track, and then yeah, just felt like the hit immediately, and after I've seen the Hypercar also then drove in the back of the GT3, which then led us to spin completely around.
You mentioned that it wasn't cold tyres, but what about tyres for this race here? We know that you're limited to 15 changes in Hypercar class over the course of the day. Just what does that mean for you in terms of how this race is going to be going? How much double stinting does it require? How much triple stinting does it require? And how difficult are those stints going to be?
Well, I'm not fully aware how many triple stints we need to do. I think 2 or 1. It depends if we want fresh tires for the last stint, which could be sometimes crucial. I don't know if we are going to be fighting until the last stint. So yeah, double stints are required, like for every tire set. And then the only question is if we manage to do triple stint. I think in the night it's very good, really possible. But like right now, we started at like 40 degrees track temp. It was very hard to keep the tires alive. I had quite some trouble. Had to play with the anti-roll bars of the car quite a lot to keep it under control, and even then it was very hard.
I want to rewind to that start of the race. Actually, you mentioned the track temperature was at its highest. Now it's already down to 27 degrees, so that's certainly dipped. But how was the feeling for you coming towards the line there at the beginning of this race? You were on the second row of the grid. In the end, you managed to actually really challenge for the race lead straight away, even through the Tetrus S's. You looked like you were going to go around the outside of everybody into the lead in the first place. But tell us about the feeling of starting a 24-hour race and the responsibility of starting a 24-hour race for your team in a race such as this.
You need to be very careful. You don't want to crash it in the first lap. But on the other hand, I'm the guy when there is a space or when there is just one car width of space, I'm going for the gap. I don't let myself get invited twice. So yeah, if I get the chance, I'll use it. And with the cold tires, I felt quite comfortable with our car. And yeah, that really led me to then go around the outside there and at least get one position. And then the second one into the first chicane of the Lausanne straight was also, I knew that I had a good braking technique with the cold tires, and that's what then paid off in the end.
And one last one from me before we let you go, Michael. When are we going to be seeing you next in the car this afternoon?
I think in about 6 hours, like 4 or 6 hours, around about then.
Okay, well, enjoy your bit of time off away from the car, and congratulations on a great start to this race for yourself here this afternoon.
Thank you very much, and yeah, I wish you still a nice commentating time.
Thanks very much.
Maybe later then.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks very much, Michael Herman-Fry, the leader at the time, as he brought the car in there, driver for the 191 Porsche Project 91 team in the Hypercars here to... Oh dear, off there, just as we came back from the interview, just as we let Michael go, somebody off through Tete Rouge, and that's big contact with the wall for flight level. 5.75 in the wall hard, 21 hours 35 to go. It's been an hour and 6 minutes since we've had a full course yellow or any interruption of any kind. It may come to an end now as Keko Lyset goes off the road in a big way at Tete Rouge.
Is this our potential first virtual safety car, or can he tow without a problem as he just takes too much grass, tries to come back around, but there's simply no grip in the car, so as soon as he goes into Tete Rouge, he just goes hard, slamming into the barrier, into the tire barrier, and then just brings it into the safe zone, which might not trigger a virtual safety car or any yellow flag procedures, because he was right on the safety areas where he could speed up the tow, which was dictated by race control.
We saw, who was it at the time? Yeah, it was Stuart Ash, wasn't it, who did this, but it was already under full course yellow. Here we go.
We're going to get that countdown in about 5 seconds.
Full course
there
yellow in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow now.
There you go.
So there we go. Watch out for them slowing down now for the full course yellow. But pit lane entry is closed, so nobody will be able to make a stop. Is anybody in there already? No. Pit lane exit is open, so if you get lucky with it being out when you're already in pit lane, then you can do. But no, full course yellow is out. So that's the longest green flag run of the day, an hour and 7 minutes. And we were starting to really settle into this now, Lorenzo, really. And you'd expect at this point in the race, we're 2.5 hours in to this 24 Hours de la Sarthe here in 2026. And we're really starting to settle in here. A little interruption now, but as you said earlier, these full course yellows aren't really interrupting the strategy. I mean, Elias Lopinen said it was quite a nice reset, to be honest. It wasn't even a rhythm breaker, just a nice short break for the drivers.
Yeah, to calm down the nerves and everything, so I'm not 100% concerned about, maybe fuel sense and everything. Maybe the only problem might be those who are needing to come into the pit lane and see what is going to be at the end of things, and potentially passed over the line, and they have mind to do another lap. So how that is going to play out, but I don't think that is highly likely it's going to happen, as flight level just towed back into the pit, so you might get green flag shortly.
The number 50, João de Gregorio, had to come in for emergency service. Now, that's disastrous for them.
Oh dear.
That's disastrous.
They're going to get that drive-through. That's a drive-through.
It's a drive-through, is it, the penalty? Okay. Well, unless they're stopped more than 5 minutes, but that's more of a
No, they're gonna have to serve a drive-through eventually.
You can't get right to the end of pit lane here as the pole sitters before they make their stop. But yeah, that will effectively negate the advantages that they would otherwise have for making a stop here under full course yellow. But yeah, bad timing. Well, what do you think? Do you think the stop under full course yellow plus drive-through is more time lost than just a pit stop? The green?
it could be because of fuel. Depending on the fuel
Full
level
course
that you
yellow,
might have, as
ending
we're going to
in
get
10
green flag
seconds.
shortly,
10,
and we're going to
9,
resume racing. So
8,
for those who are
7, 6,
coming down to
5,
their
4,
pit stop
3, 2,
window,
1.
that could
Full
be
course yellow
detrimental,
removed.
as I think we're going to get green flag right now. As
Hey.
Russell has a very bad launch, and Bjorn Phillips has a great launch on the number 7 already.
Yeah, Impact Simsport up to 6th place. By the way, they've made an extra pit stop somewhere along the line, number 7. That's why they're back in 6th place now. Earlier on, they were running inside the top half in 4th place in the LMP2 category. Well, they're getting passed immediately by the Rosso Esports team. Perhaps you could look at these two as both teams who should be higher up the field than what they currently are in LMP2. They're fighting over 6th position here, about a minute or so off of the lead of this category. But two top teams, really, who have had delays already in this race.
Yeah, I wonder if Bjorn actually overtook me on the countdown and it was meant to give the position back or something like that. We still have yet to see, or something else happened to him for Jean Bringartner to get the position back out of the driver. So still yet to be looked at. But if I might be going crazy, Ewan, but did I just see some scratches on the front right splitter of the 15 prototype?
I think there is some front end damage on that 15, yeah. I think it doesn't look quite right. See on this low down shot here. Yeah, that front right especially doesn't look... I think there might be... I've got a question mark over the front left as well, actually. I don't think either of the sides...
The front right is damaged for sure. The front left, I think, is slightly dented as well, but if it is, it's slightly noticeable.
Yeah, not that noticeable for the front left. Oh yeah, that side angle there showed the ridges in the front nose there as well, as it's... Darren will see it again here as it comes past our camera position here. If you're quick and you've got good eyes, you have to see that it's just broken a little bit, that splitter. So it doesn't seem to be affecting the straight line speed too much, and that's the main thing at Le Mans, isn't it? As long as it's not too badly straight line speed damaged, I think the 15 are definitely going to persist with that. And if it's, you know, a minute's worth of optionals for that sort of small damage, they're not going to bother taking them.
Yeah, 100%. It's just don't put yourself into situations where the car could be too much aggrieved, and I would say more on the straight line than the corner precision. The corner precision is going to be still a damage though, especially on the Porsche curves where you can lose up to a full second on how you take the corner. So it's just something to be noticed at. Try to keep your car as straight as you can possibly maintain.
Through the Porsche curves, Bjorn Phillips back ahead, and we'll try now to race away in LMP2. At the front of this LMP2 class, Leonardo Tonon is leading the way in front of Ward Stunnenberg. In second place, number 6, 20 seconds off the lead for Peppian Krijveld in the number 11. Then Ryan Gill, number 89, is in 4th place. Then Leandro Schmidt ahead of the battle we just seen between Bjorn Phillips and João Bremgartner. And Thiago Maduro Diaz is the last of the LMP2s. All of them, though, still on the lead lap in this category. That's not the case anymore in LMP2 Pro-Am, sadly, because Kekoa Lyset has already been in for 5 minutes. But Sam Gunström is leading the way for Paul Bodding Motorsport. Kars Keppers is then second, a good 30 seconds back or so, and not that far in front of Aaron Kimmelman, who is then third. Ross Norsworthy fourth, ahead of Garrett Spence, with Oscar Oliak and Rodrigo Marellos. You'll have to help me with the Portuguese name there. Marellos in 7th place. Number 87. It's good having a Portuguese speaker.
Marreiros.
Oh, there we go. I can't put that sort of flair on it.
Marreiros.
Goodness me, I'm English. Anyway,
For Sol.
there's the 87. They had didn't they have to start from the back, didn't they, from something throughout qualifying? So
They did. For qualifying infringement, they went too fast on this target time.
Yeah, by some distance.
By some distance.
Indeed. There's Zach Sweeney He's joined up with his teammate now. The Paul Body Motorsport drivers are 1 and 2, and Sweeney's in front of Timothy Johnston. 15 seconds they've got over Miguel Pinto. 77, the pole sitting 77. So just getting better and better for Paul Body Motorsport, and Zach Sweeney still leads, although I will point out he has been dragged in by his teammate Johnston here.
Yeah, and know that something happens, I'll pin it on you.
Why?
You and not on me. Because I did compliment the drivers, you're complimenting Zach. So if something happens, I'll pin it on you. I really don't want the blame to be on me because I nearly jinxed Zach a few times already in the championship.
Well,
gotta share the guilt.
Yeah, okay, fine. Well, he's still leading at the moment in LMGT3, and as I say, it couldn't be going much better for Paul Body Motorsport at the moment. They have started very, very well here today, really have. And they lead 1 and 2 at the front of this race. That's Timothy Johnston. He's in second place in number 100. Can't be far from stops, actually, by the way. They're coming towards the end of lap 36. This would be an 11-lap stint, so that would be on the short end, and they'll probably go another 2 laps. But, yeah, already it feels like only a minute ago that Zach got into the car, but no, it has been nearly an hour now, and nearly another stint in LMGT3 coming to a close.
It's crazy, man. Time has been flying by very quickly. We are not even coming to notice it.
It is flying by very quickly indeed. It's one of the Hypercars comes in there. Probably be nearly Hypercar time to appear. Actually, Michael Simpson from 4th comes in. Now, it is a bit early. I think 4 laps will be the next stop, and that will be Gabriel Pechley will be in from 2nd place. But the Brazilian is catching up to Stefano Giovannoni, and the gap for the lead overall, as well as it was in LMGT3, is less than half a second again. And there they are, through Tete Rouge. Giovannoni catching up a Corvette at the wrong moment, and now will be under pressure in towards the first chicane.
Yeah, the poor soul got the screechy moves as motorsport car on the exit of Tete Rouge, and now they are side by side going through the Rosso LMGT3. Wondering if Pechley is going to be aggressive out of the gate against the Italian and try to go up a position, but Giovannoni blocking that entry line, and Pechley just decided, no, I don't want that smoke for now.
Not for the moment. So the number 20 stays behind, but they've got to think of a way, I think, to get on strategy here with the Bravo Snow team. They are doing 11 lap stints consistently. They're now 3 laps in deficit to the Athlif team already, losing a lap each stint. It's only going to take 12 stints in this race, 11 stints in this race. That's not a very long time for them to be a pit stop behind, and that's a disastrous position to be. So, to my mind, they've got to find a way to start getting some 12 lap stints in here, the number 20.
Yeah, we're coming up to a point that we're gonna have to start looking at this advantage that Giovannoni has in terms of fuels in comparison to the field, because they also have the pace. Don't get us wrong, right? They have the pace, they have everything, so we have to be looking towards that and see what that is gonna entail as the race winds down. Still a long way to go this afternoon in the 24-hour De La Sarthe, twice around the clock in 2026. The race it's been so far. Pechley is actually challenging for the lead here and going past, so not using the strap to fuel save. Giovannoni on the outside, gets to the inside, into the second part of Indianapolis. Super close for the race lead. I thought he was going to back out of that, and Giovannoni wasn't expecting to be on the defensive into Indianapolis, judging by that flash of the lights on the way towards On Arch. He felt that was a little bit rude and out of turn, but Gabriel Pechley takes the race lead here in that BMW. I don't know if he did the flashing to give attention to Pechley, if he thought it was overly aggressive into the corner, or if it was meant to apologize. Oh, look, I didn't mean to stay side by side into that kind of overlap on the corner. Because we've seen Giovannoni times and times again, right, Ewan? He doesn't look to be fighting way too much, but that was a nice overtaking nevertheless from the Bravo's No Shot team to take the lead as they are slowly approaching their pit stop window.
Well, it would be, if they do another 11 laps, 2 laps before Petchley comes in. But each time they get further and further away, yes, they drop the pit stop behind, that's the bigger thing. But a minor thing that's important for this fight right now is that they get lighter fuel compared to their rivals each time. So maybe that's serving as a real advantage to them at the moment, because I must admit, it is odd to see each time Ashliff coming out in front, this time with about 6 seconds, by the way, in this stint. But they slowly get dragged back in again by whoever it is, the 20 or the 191, and then they end up losing the lead before the end of the stint. But I suppose we must remember that they've got a heavier fuel load slightly than those around them.
Yeah, agreed 100%. Don't have anything to take away from that. Just true facts.
I mean, but I'm still baffled at how they're not concerned about their strategy deficit here. Maybe they're thinking that a safety car is just going to save them later anyway, so they might as well just try and push on. But you can't be banking on things like that.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know if these 2 laps, as it stands for now, it's something to be overly concerned. I would be very concerned, for example, if Beckley goes, because I think right now they are on lap 41. If I am correct, they are on lap 42. Correction. And they are due to pit stop, for example, at this lap or the next lap, and they do 2 more, 3 more, and potentially have 4 more. If they go into 5 laps, there's a 5 lap deficit, just based on pit stop and how Absolute Ashliff is being efficient on saving fuel. Then I go into red alert in the garage.
Let's see what happens in about a lap and a half's time, because that's going to be the key here as they come out of the Mulsanne corner. Absolute Motorsport have the chance to return the favour down here into Indianapolis. They're close enough. I'm not sure Giovanoni has got that revenge bone in him, to be honest. Certainly not at this stage. But it would be an interesting moment if he returns the favour here into Indianapolis. We'll see whether that was a complaint or an apology into Arnaud's last lap around as they come in through here. It was a super tight moment. And maybe it was an apology from Giovanoni that he didn't mean to stay side by side for that long, get that close, because it was a mightily close moment. But nevertheless, Giovanoni doesn't attempt to replicate it, because that's the way that Absolute Motorsport Ashliff have driven this race. They've driven it very, very conservatively, conserving fuel all they can, and it's beginning to pay off for them as the hours go on.
And minimizing the incident points as well.
How likely do you think it is as a field we're going to see lots of teams reaching those 20 points, by the way?
Oh, it will happen.
Well, you say that. I know this is what, of all the big 4, as it were, for 24-hour races, Daytona, Nürburgring, Spa being the others, this is by far the easiest on incident points, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, of sorts. Let me tell you why. Because that is more likely for you. You're more likely to pick up incident points during the evening, because first the track gets a little bit faster, and for example, this section right here is a section that, depending on how many tires you scrub around the sand, you can get a slowdown. If you go around too fast on Arnaud, you can get a slowdown. Some people, sometimes they cut the first leg out of the Porsche turns, they clip on the grass, they get a slowdown. Sorry, not a slowdown, but an instant point. Same thing for Tete Rouge. Same thing for the entry sometimes of the midsection of the chicanes too. So there are sections where you can not even notice you're getting a slowdown. The first chicanes as well. So it depends on how aggressive you're driving the car, and because you're taking the natural markers in the evening, you gotta have a mental note on where to place your car, and the mistakes can easily accrue during the evening, as the V1M car is going to go into the pit lane.
As is the race leading LMGT3. Now that's a massive gap between Sweeney and Johnston suddenly. Last lap for Timothy Johnston, 4 minutes 6. So his lap before the stop was very, very long. And this has given the 113 a big, big lead on the way in. But I wonder what's happened to Timothy Johnston 2 laps ago, because that's definitely a spin or something, isn't it? With a 4:06.
Yeah. I wonder if he got a slowdown though.
It'd be more than that. That's more than a slowdown, isn't it?
You can get up to a 2-second slowdown on the exit of the Mulsanne corner if you get the bollards that are on the inside of the corner.
Well, I know, but I mean, he's lost what, nearly 10 seconds with that lap to a 4:06. So that's got to be a bigger problem. Again, these other LMGT3s carry on, but they're actually not going to get the lead, I don't think. Sweeney's getting towards the end of pit lane in the moment. Liam Kilton trying to lead some laps again here, but actually isn't going to be able to. So the 113 is now not only leading when everything's equalised here and when everyone's made their stops, but also when some haven't made their stops. They're still coming out into the race lead. Oh, trouble. Garrett Spence through the final turn. The number 23 LMP2 off the road in the Pro-Am class, that is. The Tri-State Racing car. Spence is the extra bronze for them, the 4th driver in their lineup. He's made a mistake through the final corner there, but apart from bringing a load of gravel on the racetrack, doesn't seem to have been delayed too much by that.
Yeah, and we were looking at the Liam Kilton as well, because he had a warning due to contact where contact with another car just got away in the eyes of the stewards. But it was a contact with the number 25 car in the field, which is not a GT3. I think it was one of the GTP cars with the Tri-State BMW MTS Tri-State Racing car. They made contact, and the 191 got a penalty for blocking the 99 car, which was the HRC team Full Body Motorsport.
Sorry, the number 100 has just got a drive-through penalty for a full course yellow speed violation. Jerome Rains is the new driver there and will have to serve a penalty that has been accrued by Timothy Johnston in that Paul Botting Motorsport machine. It's an all-bronze lineup, by the way, so they're doing very well to have been running in second place, but they've got a black flag next to their name now as they, well, they're 4th for the moment. They will be 2nd. They've got a new driver behind the wheel, but I don't know if you've ever had to do this, Lorenzo, but Jerome Rains serving a penalty that somebody else managed to pick up.
For sure. It's not the best, though. As the number 87 car, which is the Hick Racing team, also got a 30-second stop and go for avoidable contact under the full course yellow. So Rodrigo Marreiros having more issues for the Pro-Am team in the number 87.
So they won't lose a place because the flight level team are 5 laps down, but they will be heavily delayed. Nearly 3 hours gone in this race, and we are still yet to see a retirement as far as I'm aware. You can see every of the teams still running, all 56 teams, which is absolutely fantastic, by the way, as Jorge Santa Maria tries to get past Jerome Rains, newly in this number 100. And this is a rude awakening to the stint, isn't it? Rains is trying to get up to speed here, and somebody on really low fuel on an in-lap trying to get past him while he's on really heavy fuel load. This is completely not ideal.
No, not at all. And potentially better tires against old tires, new tires against old. So all those things count to try to get ahead, and just makes the life out of the driver a little bit more complicated.
Through the Porsche curves, there's Hypercars in here as well. Watch it go round the outside through here. There you go, through the double right-hander. Might take both of them. It's so impressive to watch these Hypercars do that. Super impressive. Oh, trouble! Big trouble for the 191! This is one of the big contenders! The Porsche Project 91 racing team are in the wall hard at Indianapolis. Needless to say, they've got a meatball flag. They're not even going to be able to drive that back, surely. Max Andrews in big trouble here after a big crash at Indianapolis.
They have a full course yellow already engaged. There are some cars already getting hold.
In 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow now.
Oh dear.
Wow, let's have a look. There's traffic here as well. Max Andrews down the inside into Indianapolis. He gets caught up on that inside curb and he goes backwards into that inside wall. And super avoidance by that Mercedes there that got very fortunate. I think they got away with that in that Mercedes, although I'm not 100% sure. By the way, aside to this, did the GT3s who haven't stopped yet get in before the safety car, the full course yellow came out? No, they didn't, I don't think, because here they are, and they'd be too close. This is the moment for Soganji. Does he avoid?
Hello there.
Oh, wow.
Oh my days. Yeah.
I mean, fair play to Max Andrews for driving this back. This is a big effort, but the 191 team are going to be in the pit lane for some time here. And I hesitate to say sort of out of contention here, Lorenzo, because there's safety cars and things that can bring you back, but this is going to be a big repair, surely, isn't it? And surely
this
have them out of realistic contention.
This is going to be worse than my team.
Well, how long was your damage repair in the end? 10 minutes?
7 minutes. That's 7 minutes.
It'll be longer than that, you would have thought.
Oh, for sure.
As I say, amazing that he's even getting this back, given how that looks.
It's kind of funny. The car looks the same as in terms of being damaged as the number 54, which is my car, did early in lap 2 of the race. But because it is a fully broken axle, at least Ricardo had a little bit more of a manageable car in here. And also he had the back wing of the car as well, so he could bring it back to the pits in one piece. The problem is in here, this car is fully broken, man. It's fully into one axle. You're trying to nurse it back. The car wants to go sideways. That tire is already gone, by the way, Ewan. They're gonna have to do a tire change in this as well, because there's no way in history they're going to be able to do a double stint if they are trying to do a double stint in that tire, so that tire is gone to waste. It's unfortunate to see that.
It's a good point that you bring up on the tyres, because we've talked a lot about the strategy of double stinting and triple stinting and what that might involve over the course of this race today, but it's something I think that we forget about. I certainly didn't sort of really appreciate what that could really mean, you know, in terms of damage, wasting a set of tyres basically. But is it only big smash-ups like this that would cause tyres to be lost, or how big does the damage need to be before you have to change a set of tyres and you effectively lose a set in a crash?
As soon as you see the car sideways, you know you're going to scrub the tires. That car is sideways, so probably the back left is gonna feel the pain more than anything else. If you wanted to ask Michael Fry, I know you wanted to bring him for an interview. You can ask him. Well, press F6 and tell me the tire wear on the car. How does it look? He can barely stay straight in the pit stall.
Are they going to? Yeah, thank goodness they'll service him, because that's bad. They'll get him up on the jacks and they'll do their repairs. That could take some time down on pit lane for Project 91. So that's one of the big contenders taken out here of the running for this race. Gabriel Petzli leads ahead of Stefano Giovannoni. And they're a little bit further apart than they were before. Petzli has been able to go onto a 12th lap though, so he's both been able to get the lead and do the extra lap. This is a good stint for Gabriel Petzli. So yes, there'll always be 3 laps in deficit to their rivals. However, they're not going to let that deficit continue to grow, which, you know, is going to grow out of control if they weren't careful.
Yeah, that for now those 3 laps are manageable for the team. they just would have to manage a potential gap if they are to maintain those 3 seconds as the race would wind down, because on 3 laps we know who's the clear favorite to beat it out on the pit lane.
But we're still under full course yellow here at the Circuit de la Sarthe for the 6th time today. This is the longest, not quite the longest caution of the day, sorry. The first caution was longer than this, but it's been going on for 5 minutes now as we waited for the Max Andrews driven 191 to get into pit lane. I think as far as the incidents are concerned, Lorenzo, the lap traffic stuff has been fine so far. We've not seen too much of it. The corners of Indianapolis have been by far more difficult, and that's, I think, the 3rd out of 6 cautions caused by a solo incident through Indianapolis.
Yeah, just like the its relative racetrack is not taking any prisoners.
So, full course yellow ticks on. 6 minutes it will get up to. It will equal the first caution of the day. Longest green flag run was 1 hour and 7 minutes. It has been a nice reset again for these drivers, as mentioned earlier by Elias Loppanen. It would be, but as you mentioned earlier, it's going to be those virtual safety cars and safety cars that really mix up the strategy here. If we get one at some point in this race, they're not mandatory, of course. We could just continue to see full course yellows throughout the day for incidents.
Yeah, that could be a potential thing, and won't alter pretty much the way the race is going. It could alter if they are on the end of a pit stop window, like it happened to the Rosso Esports number 50, right? Where in there they probably gonna get a drive-through for serving a panel for serving, you know,
full course
the
yellow
car
ending in 10
under
seconds.
full course yellow, as we're gonna
10,
get the end of full course
9,
yellow.
8,
Yeah, the longest one of the
7,
day so far.
6,
Comes
5,
to a close
4,
with 21
3,
hours and
2,
4 minutes remaining. The 6th full course yellow
removed.
of this race is brought in, and we are back underway. Gabriel Petzli leading this race ahead of Stefano Giovannoni, and now in 3rd, Andre Diaz in the 31 BMW. Now, what a drive this is from BMW M Team Delta Racing.
Wait, and there's another car stopped.
Just as I said that, Diaz has made such a good run through the field. They've gained 13 places after starting right at the back today. Andre Diaz in the wall hard at the end of the first chicane, and that's a long run back, although they've not got much suspension damage, if any at all, so he might be okay.
Well, just the bonnet that is completely turned off the car, so it's a little bit unfortunate to see that. Maybe the wheel looks to be a little bit straight, but just a mistake coming out of the Tono chicane, even.
Old tyres getting back up to speed again. No, they stopped a long time ago, but 11 laps indeed. They were getting close to the end of a stint, so I imagine old tyres. But, you know, they just get cold, I guess, under this full course yellow, and Andre Diaz did not quite appreciate that much.
Suspension is broken, even. I think that is a long repair. I think it might be even longer than when Rosso had their issue and they stayed about a minute and a half into the pit lane. I think it's due to be a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think you're right. Just got to be careful on the brakes there. Not slow down as much as you could normally. Straight line speed seems pretty much unaffected. He was gaining on the LMP2 and the GT there. Oh, careful! Whoa! The closing speed there for a moment was absolutely extraordinary. LMP2's going slowly here on the run towards Indianapolis. Very slowly. And we've got Jerome Rains stopped. The number 100 stopped, and they've got a meatball flag as well.
Stand by for virtual safety car.
Virtual safety car for the first time of this race.
Wow, virtual safety car for the first time. Not unexpected. It's only 2 minutes after the green flag came in. And here we go. The pit lane is still open. The stops are going to begin in Hypercar. But has the 58 come in as well? No. The 58 goes on further. That's a very interesting call, Lorenzo. I'm not sure I agree with that at all. Gabriel Petzli has made the right call here. You can pit under a virtual safety car. Giovannoni has decided not to, and I don't think that's the right decision.
Yeah, just Just wondering if there was a full-on emergency, as now Leandro Tonon has an issue as well in the LMP2 for Bravo Snow. What is going on?
That was the slow LMP2 car. That was the slow LMP2 car that was on the straight towards Indianapolis. Now they've stopped. Are they out of fuel? They are on lap 12. They're out of fuel.
Oh dear.
Oh my word.
Remember, hey, Ewan. Remember when I said about
I'm not going anywhere.
Full course shallow and virtual safety cars? Hey, people, my handle is at Lorenzo Bonder on Twitter. Don't add me. Don't find me on Instagram as well. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. This is not on me.
Leonardo Tonon out of fuel and at the side of the road. Now, interesting, Peppian Kreiveld of the number 11 team has been able to go on and complete a 11-lap stint, but that's what Tonon was... Oh, sorry, Tonon was trying to do 12. That's why there's a difference. Okay, fine. That makes sense.
And he ran out of fuel. It's just been confirmed by the team.
Yeah.
Insane, mate. Insane.
Well, what a race we've seen so far. Absolutely extraordinary scenes in this race. And we're only just about 3 hours in. So this virtual safety car and safety car period is going to take some time, Lorenzo, but there's going to be some strategy to talk about in the meantime. So who's coming in? We haven't actually had a chance to see any other hypercars come in yet because everybody's running around under pit limiter speed.
I saw it. I think I just seen the Fisher Motorsport in, but I haven't seen any other cars from the LMP2s.
Yeah. Okay. We'll keep an eye on it.
B3 I think is into the pit lane.
Don't you think at this stage? I mean, in the hypercar class of the, let's say, the top 12 who are sort of near the leader. The top 12 are on the lead lap at the moment. The furthest... Oh, sorry, well, there's people who've come in, but the furthest, or the least furthest through a stint is 5 laps from Seth Neufeld in the 25. Now, even I think for anybody in the hypercar class, to be honest, it's worth coming in at the moment. Here come the LMP2s now, by the way, getting towards the end of the lap. Actually, this Pro-Am car is actually the leader of the LMP2s overall. Sam Gunston doing a very good job, but leading them in, and I'm not surprised, you know. I think these LMP2s should probably all come into the pit lane as well, at the very least for some fuel.
Oh, yeah. If we're considering the fact that the LMP2s are about a lap or two behind, they're on the tail end of their stint, so they are due to come into the pit stop any time now. So it worked wonders for them. We're going to see now the Rosso Esports coming in. We're going to see the leader in Pepin Kreiveld, coming in as well. We're going to see the Vulture coming in as well. So some of these LMP2s and even the GTPs are going to get like a refresh. GTPs, Hypercars, they're going to get a refresh on their cars and get some fuel in. But it's funny how this race is going to turn upside down just because of how pit strategies are going to basically be reset for everyone. And we're still yet to find the leader, as he's now on the Daytona chicane, and he's barely, I think, 1 lap in. And I got reports, by the way, Ewan, from Heroin Reigns. He says engine failure out of nowhere.
Well, yeah. But that doesn't normally happen out of nowhere, does it, if we're honest, you know? There's normally a downshift, there's normally a bit of contact that blocks a radiator or something.
Yeah, I know. Remember when we had the old cone strike on the car that not only took your speed away, but also affected the radiator and the
floor.
And the flow and the oil and everything. And remember that? I wonder if they probably got an invisible cone or something like that, and that affected the car performance and basically made the engine overheated a little bit or something of the sort. But it is what it is. Talking about this number 50, they're gonna get a drive-through penalty. By the way, apparently on their car for pitting under closed yellow, but it's still yet to be confirmed by race control. I think that's being investigated, but there are some other incidents called out on the racetrack.
And they will report on the race control stuff when it all comes through here. The meatball for Max Andrews has already been cleared. Am I saying that correctly? 15th position. No, I'm not saying that correctly. He's still serving it. Sorry. So he's still going, as is the 31. But what I was going to mention about those two, how about the timing for a virtual safety car, by the way?
Yeah, perfect.
This is going to cost. This is going to take some time. The reason why I'll just read out the ruling on virtual safety cars in this race, because the line under the virtual safety car says that a virtual safety car will be used for an approximate duration of 2 laps before deploying the safety car, which will close at the field. So first of all, we've got that says to me at least 1 lap, maybe 2 under virtual safety car, which on the pit limiter around Le Mans is a very long time. Then you've got the wave around to happen under the safety car, then we go back green. So you realise that's actually quite some time, and those with meatballs have really, if there is such a thing, they've really timed it well.
It sounds ironic, isn't it? For the Delta Racing team, for the BMW team Delta Racing, and for the Project 91 car, I cannot believe I'm gonna say this, but I think they made an offering to God, and God replied back and say, "Yeah, my children, I'll give you something in regard." But that's crazy. As they got a virtual safety car as soon after the full course yellow was deployed. Soon after it got removed, and then this happens. Because for example, for Andrea Diaz though, there is a bit of a problem. They're gonna get that, but they're gonna get a 60-second stop and go whenever that car is repaired. They're gonna have to stay 1 minute because of an issue during the full course yellow virtual safety car procedure. They majorly had a speed violation, so that is going to be looked upon. And Heroin already mentioned the time of repair on the Ferrari. Apparently he was on pit limiter and he had a failure. It's just going to be about 38 minutes of repair. Just 38 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, he said he was running around in first gear on pit limiter. Apparently you can't do that. I think probably that is the reason. That's quite a high engine rev to be. They'll be worried about not changing gear too much under the pit limiter and whatever, and getting a penalty for what we've seen before. But I don't think you can run with that pit limiter in first gear for such an extended amount of time. But these are the things that are strange about being under full course yellows and so on. We say it won't make any strategical difference, but they do present their own different challenges in their own way. We're speaking of well-timed virtual safety cars. I think it was pretty well-timed for Gabriel Petri here. Just as he was coming towards the end of his stint, he was about to pit on that lap anyway, by the way, lap 45. He's come in on lap 45 and he's taken a full service under virtual safety car. And because the Asalif team haven't come in, even if they come in on this lap, I suspect they'll be behind him when they come back out onto the racetrack again. So it couldn't be better timed, really, for the number 20 of a Snow team, who I believe will be leading us to the green when we go back green again in the near future. If I were to guess, I think they'll be the ones to take us back to the green.
Yeah. Just crazy how a race like this can be, man.
Just amazing. Been very entertaining first part of this race, hasn't it? I mean, there's been so much drama, so much action. 6 full course yellows. It's the first virtual safety car. We're about to see the restart of a safety car as well. But I mean, I said it at the beginning. There's no place like Le Mans for 24-hour racing, is there? It's just, no. It's absolutely fantastic. There's, just no place like it round here.
Yeah, no. It's a completely different vibe, man. It's like, I'm trying to find words to be fair with you, because I went there in 2024. The city itself, in the vicinity of Le Mans, breeds motorsport. It's like the racing itself. We might not see a lot of things going in the race, right? Because it is a 13-kilometer track. But because there's so many things going around in there. It's just like insane, man. It is just how the things are going on in there. It's crazy. If you have a lifetime experience, I would say that 3 racetracks in the whole world I would tell you to go is, I would say 4. It's definitely Le Mans, Nürburgring, because I think Nürburgring's environment, like at the Hotzenbach and many other sectors, I've heard it's one of a kind. It's unlikely you see that in other time in the world. Daytona, in the Daytona 24 or the 500, it's crazy how the town around the racetrack, because as soon as you get out of the highway, you see the racetrack, and there's a lot of things you can do around, and it is not far from the beach as well, so there's plenty of things to do. And lastly, go to Sebring, because Sebring always has something. So it's those 4 racetracks I recommend people to go if they have an opportunity.
It's here. It's one of the big 4. I know I talk about it all the time for 24-hour racing, but yeah, one of the big 4. You would say it's just a great place for racing. Great place for 24-hour racing, and we're seeing it played out here on iRacing this afternoon. Approaching just after 6 o'clock in the UK, just after 7 in the in Central Europe. So getting towards evening. This is prime time endurance racing hours. Always enjoy sitting down and watching an endurance race this time of the evening. It's the perfect time for watching. So for Lorenzo, will be with you for another 50 minutes before handing over. But we've had a great first opening to this race, really, you'd say. Now, let's see whether Stefano Giovannoni comes in this time, because when the safety car is deployed to overtake the virtual safety car, the pit lane closes. So you've got to make your stop before then. As said before, the virtual safety car will be out for approximately 2 laps. There's not a defined time limit on this. All the cars that need to be out the way having towed have now done that, but we have not seen the safety car deployed yet. But is Giovannoni going to come in is the big question here, or does he carry on? I think it would be nonsensical to carry on, to be honest, but he's carried on once, so there's no reason to suggest he wouldn't do it again, because he is still 2 laps away from the end of his stint. Because of this, he'll be probably 3 laps away now, but he is coming in, and there's multiple guys following. World of Sim Racing carried on. Look at that, they're trying to get a lap back, because they carried on last time expecting Asliff to stay out. Now that they actually have done, this is smart from the number 51 team, because they're going to get back on the lead lap, therefore, although they are 10 laps into a stint, they'll have to keep an eye on that. They're back on the lead lap, and that's the main thing.
Yeah, for those who are trying to get their lap back, they're going to do so. So it's like whatever you can do. Of course, we still have the pass around to consider. So we'll see how some of these teams are going to be able to risk it, and if they're going to get their laps back or not.
Yes. This is Stefania, though, going over the line and getting back onto the lead lap. So you see the Porsche on the left-hand side in a moment. Well, it's behind the thing, but it's in pit lane. And we've got a driver change again, actually. Lucignoli gets back into the 58. And Gabriel Petzley's in again. So he wants to top off on fuel.
First lap of VSC has concluded. First lap of VSC has concluded.
Race control was told that the first lap of VSC has been completed. Remaining that they have to do 2 laps before doing anything in the car, before the pit is actually called out.
It gives everybody a chance to come in. Petzley's come in again to top off on fuel. I'm sure that's what it will be. Yeah, 5 seconds and he's out again. Lucignoli only spent 31 seconds in the box there, by the way, which suggests they had quite a lot of fuel left in the tank. But as I say, it would have been a bit silly not to stop in any case. So they do exactly that. So yeah, just to clarify on the rules, when this safety car comes out, the pit entry will be closed and will remain closed until race control announces that it's reopened again. The safety car period might end before it's reopened, So anybody who's even a little bit low on fuel and won't lose a lap doing so probably should come into the pit lane at this stage. And then the pass around happens effectively to ensure anybody in a lower class is not caught out by a safety car and losing a lap when they shouldn't do. Only those who've lost a lap on their class leader will remain a lap behind their class leader because of the way that multi-class traffic and so on works. So the pass around will happen to ensure that in the next few moments. But laps under virtual safety car here are nearly 15 minutes, so it will be some time before the safety car actually comes out.
Yeah, as just looking at the lap over here that was done by Asalith, just taking a quick look. Just give me 1 second. I really want to see how long was that lap. But then again, we have to remind ourselves that this lap wasn't a full dictator of a full run on virtual safety car around the racetrack, right, Ewan? So their lap in Alessio Lusignoli was about 13 minutes and 38 seconds, right? So we estimate what, a potential 20 minutes of virtual safety car lap over here before we got called out for the first safety car, in which they are not going to be controlled by the speed limiter, but the speed of the pace car itself.
Yes, it should be a bit quicker, shouldn't it, than a pit limiter? Yeah, I'd imagine so. Gordon Ericsson comes in from third. Not sure when the last stop for 32 was, but I think they're just making a top off on fuel. I think they've already been in under this safety car. Number 50 has already been in as well. Actually, has almost everybody hit. 55, 51 haven't, but they're in danger of dropping a lap if they do, so they're not willing to do that. Yeah, that's the only situation I can see here, Lorenzo, where not pitting under this virtual safety car is beneficial here. If you're in danger of falling off the lead lap, as you can see with this 51, you can see in the background there is the race leader. So you cannot make a pit stop at the expense of losing a lap, can you? That's the only scenario, though, I can see where it's beneficial to not stop. Other than that, pretty much everybody should be into the pit lane here.
Yeah, I've seen pretty much everyone coming into the pit lane and do their service, except for maybe some of these guys up there. And whenever the pit stop, the safety car gets deployed, they can actually keep it up, and they're gonna go on and get into their laps back. So could be some big brain strategy for some of the teams, but still looking to see if maybe some of the other teams that might have gotten the same luck get a pass around.
What do you think this is doing to the drivers at the moment? The amount of time that we're going to spend here under virtual safety car. This has already been nearly 20 minutes of an interruption here. The actual safety car itself is going to push that into sort of over half an hour territory here. But this is what you see at Le Mans. It takes some time to get such a big circuit under control again.
You want to be entertained? What does it goes inside the mind of someone who's actually driving a race car? I know what happens. Zach just messaged me.
He's just messaged you now.
Yeah, the lad mental. He's saying the longer this is going on, the more I am likely to fall asleep, and he's also thinking about his bladder, which I do think that could be a concern for some other drivers as well.
His what? He's concerned about?
Bladder.
Oh, bladder. Well, yes, indeed. Because this, he hasn't stopped yet, actually, by the way. He hasn't topped off on fuel here, so interesting call. But maybe he doesn't want to, because it would only be a fuel stop, and that would effectively just make him do even longer on the same set of tyres. If you can, try and get him to get in the waiting room so we can chat to him while he's out there.
I've been trying to do that since Zandvoort.
Okay, but he's not going to do it.
Yeah, he's gonna whenever he gets out of the car, he's gonna come up for a chat.
I don't want him to chat to us while we're under green, but we're under yellow.
Yeah, well. But I'll try to do something. Hold up.
We'll try and get some drivers in for a chat under this virtual safety car, and indeed safety car coming up very soon. I've asked a few people. I guess it's maybe not a great time for the drivers because there's a lot of strategy thinking to do and so on for those at the front of the field. But in any case, they are at a reduced speed at the moment, and we'll try and chat to some of them while they are indeed at that reduced speed. I'll just run through the top 5 in each class then while we've got them under this virtual safety car at the moment. The first virtual safety car of the day. Alessio Lusignoli is leading the way for Porsche Absolute Aslith. He's not that far ahead, to be honest, of Gabriel Petzli. It's going to be a close run thing as they get back on the speed.
Here. Please bear with it.
The race controller is calling that the cars are
safety
meant
car will
to
deploy next lap.
see the car getting into whenever the leader actually goes into the start-finish line, the safety car will be deployed. He just reminded me.
Okay.
Nothing important.
Just to complete that top 5, by the way, Jordan Ericsson, Jared Gregorio, and Seth Neufeld.
We got him.
We have, yeah.
We got him. Which one do you want to bring first?
I'll bring in Giovannoni first because we did ask for him first. It's typically we waited for ages for one, and 2 of them get there at the same time. So that's how it is. Stefano, welcome in, and thanks for coming to chat to us at this point in the race while we're under virtual safety car. Your car leading the race at the moment, number 58. How was your stint out there in the last couple of hours?
Hello everyone. The stint was good. I made a little mistake, and the car number 20 was faster than us, but was the car feeling right? We feeling right then.
What do you make of this virtual safety car period at the moment and the way that it's fallen? Does it benefit you guys in number 58, or would you have rather this race stayed green flag?
Yes, we thought that the virtual safety car penalized us with instead of the car number 20, but we saw that they entered 2 times. We don't know why, and we were behind them 7 seconds. Now we are in front of 3 seconds, so good for us.
Yeah, leading the race.
We like to know the virtual safety car. Obviously, we like to race.
Yeah, of course, and very soon we'll be back green again, I'm sure. How was the battle between you and the 20? Because as you said there, they were quicker at that stage, but you were on in that last green flag run slightly different strategies to that number 20 in behind. So how was the battle? How are you seeing this race at the moment in terms of who is really ahead on strategy? Did you feel that you had the advantage in strategy before this virtual safety car came out?
Before the virtual safety car, yeah, we had the advantage of the pit stop. We had 3 laps in front of them, but that virtual safety car, I don't know how to say, cancelled it. So we lost that advantage, but it's okay. Gabriel is really fast, and I let past in the track before.
And what do you think is going to happen on this restart here? What do you make of what this restart could look like, and how is Alessio, do you think, going to deal with this restart in a few moments' time?
Alessio and our team will do our race. We left 21 hours, 20 and a half, and in this moment we do our race. We don't want trouble. We want to go ahead.
And just finally, I want to speak to, because I think you're the first hypercar driver we've spoken to, or one of the first anyway. You're not the first, but I want to get a sense really of what the traffic is like here. We've got 56 cars on the field. We've got Le Mans, of course, as we all know. Lots of straights, but also difficult corners when they arrive. What has the traffic been like to deal with as a driver of the hypercar class?
Yes, it's not so easy, especially when you find the GT3 cars on the Porsche, but we stay behind when we cannot pass, because we don't want trouble. We don't want to cause trouble to the others. So we stay safe in this way. It's not so easy. In the other part of the track, it's okay, but there it's not so easy.
Well, thanks for coming to chat to us, Stefano. It's been great to hear from you under this virtual safety car. Good luck for the rest of the race, and yeah, thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is Stefano Giovannoni chatting to us there, part of the Porsche Absolute Assolith team, who are currently leading this race under the virtual safety car. The virtual safety car, I believe, Lorenzo, is about to end, isn't it? And we're about to go under safety car itself once Lucignoli gets back to the start-finish line in a few moments.
That's correct. As soon as he crosses the line, the safety car is deployed, then we go into safety car procedures.
All right, well, while we're going into safety car procedure in a moment, we'll grab in Zach Sweeney, shall we, for a quick chat while we're under this period of caution at the moment. Zach, welcome in, and congrats on the way you've driven so far, by the way. Leading this race after 3.5 hours. How is it out there?
It's going all right, yeah. The best part of this stint has been sat very mind-numbingly at 60 Ks, but the stint before that was quite happy with, to be honest. I think we went out there with a target of fuel saving as much as possible, and then sort of retaining the lead. Tristan did a mega job starting the car, so the pressure was kind of on to at the very least match that, and then just did the job that I needed to, kept it consistent. Couple of scrappy bits here and there, but overall happy with how the stint went.
It's given you quite a lead, but you've decided not to come in under this virtual safety car at any point, while the two closest behind you have, in fact the four closest behind you have, and further down that as well. What is the rationale behind staying out at this time in the race?
To be honest, we just don't really see much benefit. To be honest,
safety car has been deployed.
It's just we'd only just stopped a few minutes before that, so I've still got the best part of 11.5 laps in the car. So we don't really think there's going to be
pit speed limiter.
Any benefit in coming in, and we've got our plan, we've got our stint plan, so just best to stay in the car and save the fuel, and basically just see the rest of the stint out, to be honest.
Okay, I presume in that case you're going to be getting out of the car at the end of this stint. What's the plan in terms of your driving for the remainder of this race? How much are you expecting to do? Are you doing any overnight shifts? What's the story for your driving time?
It's a little bit up in the air, to be honest. We are super prepared at Paul Botting Motorsport. Absolutely. We've got a rough idea. Basically, me and Tristan, our plan was to start the car, get us into a good position, use sort of our pace. Tristan more than me. I've been a bit limited in terms of my practice. So we'll be doing the best part of the first half of the race, just sort of sharing the car amongst ourselves. Then Connor and Maxime are going to jump in for a little bit of the graveyard stint, and then I've got I think a double or a triple through the night, to save some tyre sets and save, basically use the cold conditions as well to get us forward. And then into tomorrow I think I've got another double, and then Tristan's going to be finishing off the race. So yeah, not to give too much away, but yeah, we've got a bit to juggle with in terms of availability and stuff. But overall I think we're quite confident in where we're positioning our drivers and where we can best use each of our strengths.
And you referenced the team. Obviously, Paul Botting Motorsport were 1 and 2, but how is it to be in the car when you see your teammates sadly, not retire from the race, but with major repairs to be done when you were running so strongly together 1 and 2 like that? Yeah,
big sort of commiserations to them. They were driving so fantastically. Tim has been mega through practice, really setting the benchmark for the rest of the team. So obviously not happy to see it by any means. We had a plan to work together, and for quite some time that was the case. I think the issue was that they left it in first gear under the pit limiter for too long, and it blew the engine. They're still in the race. Thankfully this lengthy VSC period, 2 laps, has basically brought them back the majority of their repairs. So they're hoping to lose a lap, maybe 2, and with the way the safety cars work, there's plenty of opportunity for them to come back into this race. So it's not ideal by any means. They've obviously learnt that lesson. For us, as upsetting as it is, they were also, as much as they are our sister car, they are one of our biggest rivals as well. And you know me, Ewan, I love big shiny things, and I want that trophy at the end.
Yeah, well, yes, yeah, that is true.
As much as you do, mate. As much as you do.
Look.
Fine. Yeah, very good. No, thanks for chatting to us, Zach. Under the unless you have any questions as well, Lorenzo. Anything else to add?
No. Just happy that they're basically not replicating the same good performance they had in ESCC. I was mentioning that you guys got. Yeah, no, mate. I was gonna say you guys basically won because of the top 3. Decided to play.
I don't remember
Royale.
that. No, that was pure pace from us actually.
Pure pace.
Yeah.
Astonishing, mate.
Yeah. No, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember the top 3 crashing at all. No.
Yeah. That never happened.
No. It was pure pace. We lapped everyone actually.
Well, anyway, before you two descend into chaos. Maybe
it
it's too
already
late.
did.
Yeah, maybe it's too late. No, thanks for chatting to us, Zach, under this safety car. Good luck for the restart and the race more broadly. And yeah, thanks for chatting to us at this stage in the race.
Yeah. Cheers, lads. Hopefully see you at some point later on in the race if there's an excuse to. Smashing it on comms. Cheers as always. I'm going to get my head down and try and catch the safety car queue.
Yeah, might be the biggest challenge of the race. Good luck with that. Thanks very much. Zach Sweeney struggling at the moment to catch the safety car. Actually, I think it's that LMP2's fault up ahead at the moment.
Poor Zach. You can see him like trying to get up on speed and like, no, give me speed.
He's trying as hard as he can, but can't stay with the prototypes up ahead at the moment. Obviously, it's a slightly unusual moment where you can't actually make any overtakes here, but you're not allowed to. But you're sort of hamstrung by their pace anyway. Either way, Lucien Yoli's only about half away around the lap at the moment, and he's behind the safety car at the front. So still plenty of time left for them to catch the train. Now, we've talked to a driver from every category now, apart from LMP2 Pro-Am. So glad to say that Sam Gunston is there waiting to have a chat with us as well. Sam, welcome in, and thanks for chatting to us as well at this stage in the race with the safety car out there on the circuit at the moment. How is the race going for you guys so far in the 62? You're leading, yes, but what's the story behind the scenes? How's it been for you?
Yeah, hi guys. It's been a pretty interesting race so far, I'd say. It's a bit of a strange situation. Like it's been a while since I've done one of these races, so I feel like I'm kind of shaking off the rust a bit. I think we've just tried to be pretty cautious. Qualifying went okay. We were pretty high up there in the.
Are closed.
Pretty high up there in
Pits
the.
Are closed.
Pretty high up there in the amongst the pros. So at the start of the race, we were just looking to hold our own and kind of build a bit of a gap, which worked pretty well. And and then found our way gradually at the end of our stints there up to the overall lead, which is quite a funny situation.
Yeah, not only Pro-Am lead, but yeah, you're right, the actual overall lead as well in LMP2. How much of a sort of talking point is that for you guys among the team? How much are you talking about the overall position, or is it all just about the Pro-Am class of which you're in?
I'd say it's mostly about the Pro-Am class. There's a bit of chat now with George in the car, so he is a driver who we'd like to get some drive time out the way earlier on in the race, I would say. So him getting in under the safety car here is helping us with that drive time issue. And we're just kind of looking to hold position as best we can and put ourselves in a good spot for the end of the race. But yeah, we're focused on the Pro-Am, really, yeah.
As I can imagine, there's 7 Pro-Ams on the lead lap from what I can see at the moment. But surely as the race leaders, would you have liked this race to stay green, or at least the safety cars to have stayed away for a little bit longer for your race, or do you not mind this interruption?
Bit of both, really. I think we would have preferred to have, overall, I think on balance, we'd have preferred to have kept the gap. But like I said, like drive time at the moment is pretty good. If we can cover some laps under safety car, then that's also good. So I think we're pretty realistic at the fact that it's a long race. We know the gaps can fluctuate under green or yellow, like even under a full course yellow earlier on. I think we lost 6 or 7 seconds just because of where we were on the track compared to another car. So like gaps can grow and disappear pretty fast, and it's it's moving around a lot.
You mentioned drive time there. I want to talk about that a little bit more in depth, and obviously you don't have to divulge your whole strategy for the race as far as your drives are concerned. But what in terms of splitting drive time, you, among your team, for reference, you've got 2 gold drivers, of which you're 1, and a bronze and a silver among your 4 drivers. How much are you thinking about the interruptions of safety cars and so on when you're splitting your drive time up? Did this safety car come out and you think, right, we better get our bronze in now to eat up some of that drive time, or has this just fallen into place anyway?
Maybe I could pretend saying it was a big strategy genius call, but no, it's just worked out well for us in that sense. Yeah.
Okay, fine. And for yourself, for the remainder of the race, how much driving are you going to be expecting to do, and when will your next stint be, if you know?
Yeah, I think we've been chopping and changing it a little bit. I think I'll be getting in again quite soon, and then some more tomorrow. Yeah.
All right, well, we look forward to seeing you back on the racetrack, Sam. Thanks for chatting to us at this stage in the race. Congratulations on a good start, getting into the lead overall and in class. And as I say, thanks for chatting to us.
Yeah, cheers, guys. Go keep up the good work.
Thanks very much. That is Sam Goodston, who joins us there from the leading LMP2 Pro-Am car. George Watson's currently driving there. And Lorenzo, it's an interesting point that we were just talking about there at the very end, because it always fascinates me in the real world and so on about the drive time and when you use that under safety cars, because safety cars can be long sometimes, we know that. Yeah. I think getting your bronze driver time done under these kind of periods is the most important thing of a it's not going to be a factor in the hypercars obviously, but in a Pro-Am class especially, to my mind, not having a gold driver in at this stage is so vitally important to my mind.
Yeah, 100%. This is going to be key for us to be talking about how important drive time is going to be, especially with the how things are going to develop with the pits close and drive time, and might be essential on how these runs are going to be
in rapid succession.
How going on. We're going to get the pass arounds right now. Messages. It's going to be called out by race command, but it's not going to be car per car call. It's going to be on the race control chat, on the iRacing chat. So those who are paying attention to chat, sometimes they have it disabled. They have to take a proper look at, and they will see how they're going to be called out.
Yes. So just to explain the pass around, this is to ensure that anybody. This doesn't apply for any hypercars that they won't be passing by, but the LMP2, LMP2 Pro-Am and LMGT3 classes may have been, individual teams may have been lapped by the overall race leader, the Porsche Absolute Aslift team of Alessio Lucignoli, before the safety car came out, but not by their actual class leader. So those who fit into that category will go past. There you can see them filtering through on the inside line here, and it's a mad dash again. We were speaking to Zach about it earlier, but it's quite a challenge to go on and catch the safety car again. Here they come. So all of them are going to go around, and they will get to the very back of the train then as well in the next couple of moments. See, only hypercars being left.
I got the list right here.
Oh, go on.
It starts with the Grow Racing team, LMP2. Then we got the Vortex GT3, Flight Level GT3, Rachi Spatulas GT3, Rig Racing team, LMP2 Pro-Am, the Fisher Motorsport, Unitronic Fisher Motorsport, complete LMGT3, Wastegate LMGT3, Double Sympathia by Tri-State, GT3, Go Win, GT3, Pope Body Motorsport LMP2 Pro-Am. Just trying to catch the address on just close over here my relative because I'm in sim as well. The Vulture Motorsports LMGT3, Flight Level LMP2 Pro-Am, Bravo Snow LMP2, then number 38. The Fury Sim Sport LMP2 Pro-Am, the W2 E-Pro GP, number 31 got it. The Poised by VF LMGT3 did, the NOB, LMP2 did, World of Sim Racing LMGT3, Velocity Vanguard, LMP2 Pro M, Screechy Moose LMGT3 did, Typeman Consulting LMGT3 did, Impact number 6 LMP2 did, Simcast LMP2 Pro M number 8 did, and then finally the Rosso Esports number 75 got the wave around. So a lot of cars.
Yes, look, I was going to say, I was just looking through, actually, it might be quicker to outline who isn't going to be waved around. I mean, the race control have been quite unlucky here in that in LMP2 only the leader Ryan McIntosh wasn't lapped by the overall leader, so doesn't need a wave around, but pretty much everybody else does. And in LMGT3 only the top 6 were not lapped by, so everybody else on the lead lap getting a wave by there, and that is numbering all the way down to 17th, so there's still 17 on the lead lap in LMGT3. I think on other occasions, when we have other safety cars later in the race event, though, there's going to be far less wave rounds than that. I think that's we've done lots of series where this sort of rule is in play, and that's the most I've seen for some time. This is a big pass around for those who are not particularly familiar with this type of thing.
Yeah, super big pass around from cars, and but yeah, just surprising to see that. Basically, I would say half the field getting a wave around. I wish the Hypercars got some wave arounds.
Wonder why.
Wonder why. I wish I could get back into the lead lap. But anyway, it's all right. I know Ricardo was basically close to getting 1 lap back, just on pace. So I know 21 hours to go. 20 hours ago nearly, you can catch 2 laps as the race goes on by. You can basically be back in the lead lap as this goes on. So looking forward to see how this one's going. As everybody else just scrambling to try to get their lap back, and hopefully they don't cause a mess when they get back into the field as they are on the exit of the Mulsanne, going into the Mulsanne corner even, because I've seen that sometimes in ESCC and even VSCA that during the safety car procedures and they get the pass around, it can cause some confusion when they are piling up the field once again.
Yeah. So we're not expecting to go green when the safety car gets to the line this time, are we, or next time?
No, they have to do a first pass around of the cars.
Right.
As soon as that happens, it is up to the race control to say if they're going to open up the pit lane and let some cars go into the pit, or if they're going to resume racing.
Okay. And the way that this pass around has worked as well, I mean, we were looking at the front end of the field before. What?
Did something happen? I think Russo had an issue.
Oh, yeah, right.
Jordan Gregori's wheel had an issue.
Oh no, we've had issues under the safety car here for De Gregorio, and they're not sure whether to pass him or not. This is going to cause real problems at the back. They've got to pass him. The guys should pass him here because he can barely move. They need to pass him. Yeah, he's trying to indicate to them they need to go past. And oh no, they can't stop. Oh dear, careful everybody. Everybody need to stay out the way, and some of them down the field smartly getting out of line. Yeah, they. Oh dear, look at it in the background there. These are the dangerous moments, Lorenzo. In these moments, these concertina effects under safety car. But we've had big trouble here for one of the race favourites, the number 50 Ferrari Rosso Esports, who have led every single session this week. All 4 free practice sessions, qualifying and the hyperpole. And they've had more trouble. A second meatball in the day. De Gregorio is stopped on the side of the road and looks like he needs to tow back to pit lane.
I think he's going to be... He's been told to stand by, though, by race control. This is why he's standing right there. I think he's just going to let everybody else flow through. I think once he's safe and deemed by race control, I think then he can tow the car back to the pit lane, because I see some cars still coming in the racetrack around them.
Goodness me, they've had a bad luck in this race, you'd say, or just a bad race so far. And here come the wave around guys, by the way, and the pass around cars steaming up to the back of the safety car train. Well, they are going to make it by the end of this lap, but There'll be further delay here for João de Gregorio, who is stopped on that run up towards Indianapolis here. Here are the some of those coming through. So Philip Breccia, one of those, 4th place for NOP, behind W2E Pro GP, Bravo Snow, who are 2nd, and Turn 1, who are leading the way in LMP2. As far as I know, Lorenzo, there's no putting the hypercars all in front of the other classes, is there, before we go back green? They'll just go as they are.
No, they go as they are.
Yeah, I'm very glad about that. I don't like it when we, I mean, even in real life, I think now they.
I don't like the separation either, man. I like the chaos.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I mean, in IMSA it used to be where the not the race leader would restart from the front. I thought that was a bit strange, but now they separate all the classes out properly. It's I don't like that, but yeah, I like the way we're doing it here in terms of.
By the way, Ewan,
yeah,
I really want to bring this up because I think it's important for me to mention. Right now, we are in the realm of triple sinking tires because the track is at 23 degrees.
Right. Well, so I was going to ask something about this actually on tyres under these safety cars, and I should have asked Zach really because he said, "What's the point of coming in under the safety car?" Well, I would argue the point is you can extend your stint a little bit further, use a bit more of the tyre. Therefore, you don't have to change tyres when you just take on a few more laps. You know, you do a stint and a half on tyres, let's say, at this stage before they start double stinting in the night. You know, you can get a free bit of tyre life out of this effectively by coming in. So, do you think that we're going to see sort of longer stints on tyres now because just for this moment, partly because of the decreasing temperatures, but also because these tyres really haven't seen very much action at all. If they've changed them before the safety car, or even if they haven't, these tyres have now got quite a lot of time on them, but they haven't actually got a lot of racing on them.
You mean as a potential quadruple stint down the line?
Well, I mean maybe an LMP2 quadruple, but certainly a triple in Hypercar and LMP2, and maybe an early double in LMGT3. Absolutely.
It could be something to talk about.
Tow requesting car, please stand by.
There might be something. There might be a realm where you can quadruple stint. It goes up on the how much of a tire wear that will be remaining on the 3rd stint. Because what happens? Usually on the LMP2 3rd stint, if you triple stint the tires whenever you're coming into the pit lane, depending on circumstances, your tires might be down to 50%. You truly do feel the wear out in the tire about 50% in, and you struggle a little bit for laps. So it depends. It depends on circumstances.
Even I mean, this is rewinding a bit now. There's nothing anybody can do about it now. But when the pit lane was open under the virtual safety car, you could go from, let's say, 2 stints to 2.5 stints on a set of tyres. You might not be able to do another stint because of this safety car. First of all, because of this safety car, you're going to be able to do more time on a set of tyres because the laps are so slow out there under safety car and virtual safety car. But second of all, you could do 2.5 stints instead.
Yeah.
Just a little bit more, and that's what I mean with Zach. Yes, it would only be 4 laps of fuel. Just put then he'd be able to do, what would that be? That would be 30 laps on a set of tyres rather than 26. So you get 4 laps closer to the finish, and maybe 4 laps closer to being able to just do 1 stint on the tyres right to the very end. So it seems like such a small difference now, but just even half a stint more on the tyres could just give you that little bit more life and leeway a little bit later.
Oh, for sure. I'm taking. Don't take me as I'm disagreeing with you, Ewan. I'm just saying, like, it depends on the tire thread of sorts. But of course, you probably would get a freebie, especially with how cold the track could be is at this current instance. So it's like it is just trying to bring more performance out of the car. The one thing you're truly going to feel, though, is those tires being so cold at the very beginning of the race, right? Whenever you get green flag, because they cannot wave. They are not allowed to wave around way too much. So that's the only problem. It's going to be that cold, so you're going to have to rely maybe on coasting more the car and braking into a slower pace than anything else, but it can still extract something out of the life out of the car right there, no problems.
So, in case you're just joining us, we are under safety car at the 24 Hours de la Sarthe here on ACV TV this afternoon. Me and Lorenzo will be stepping out in about 10 minutes or so. Matthew Duffin and... Oh, no! Steve Demino is stepping in the commentary box in a moment. That Lamborghini in the background just hit the wall out of the first chicane there.
Is it an I67?
It is. That's Velch competition. They've already been in the wall at Indianapolis earlier. Now they've been in the wall at the first chicane. And now they're back going again. It just looks like spinning up the rear tyres again. Oh, no. That's a technical failure.
Oh, dear.
That's Benashi who crashed the car earlier, but that didn't look like his fault.
Yeah, unfortunately, as Benashi, just doing my best, like it's been out to a moment right there. But unfortunate to see that he's having an incident with that car, but I think he managed to mitigate damages now, coming back in line with everybody else.
And he's returning to where he was as well, which I think will be allowed, just about. So, there we go. Anyway, there's the 56 car field, pretty much in one line there. You can see all the way down. So we'll be under green in the next 5 minutes or so, I think, as long as we actually go back green this lap, and that will put the Porsche Absolute Asalith car leading in Hypercar. Turn 1 in LMP2 will be leading as well, although they'll have a big advantage in terms of traffic, because as we said before, we don't split the classes. In LMP2 Pro-Am, George Watson will be leading. A few cars in between himself and Dylan Babcock, but not many. And Zach Sweeney will be leading with a few lap cars in between as well in LMGT3. So this is what I mean. You know, the chaos on the start and the enjoyment on the start, the restarts is one thing, Lorenzo, but it actually benefits those who have done well prior to the safety car as well, having these restarts just as they are, because it allows for lapped cars between first and second place in certain classes. Now, in Hypercar, that hasn't happened this time, and Asalith may feel a little bit shortchanged by the lead that they're now going to have. However, in all three other classes, the leaders who were doing well before haven't been totally brought back under a safety car where everybody's suddenly crawling all over the back of them because the classes have been split, but they've got a bit of a gap. They've got less of a gap, of course, but they've got a bit of a gap compared to what they had before, and that, I think, is a good thing, actually, because safety cars can wipe away your entire lead. It wipes away most of it, of course, but you can quickly build quite a big gap with the restarts the way it is here.
Yeah, we're gonna have to think of it this way. I think the only thing it did is reset the field strategies for everyone, right? As we're getting some end-of-line penalties for some of the cars, I think we're getting that for the number 11 car in the field. But if we're truly talking about, which is a turn 1, so finally the turn 1 situation, they're going to get an end-of-line penalty. So here we go. It's because they had a disconnect, I think, during the safety car, and when they turned back, they were basically ahead of everyone.
And 38.
And the 38 also getting a end-of-line penalty as well. So interesting. Okay, so this is interesting. This is big. This is big. I think it will give the lead to the number 21, I guess.
Well,
yeah. Hey, I'm baffled right now. Anyway, but I know people were talking about this on the race chat. I know also in other channels as well. But then again, it's something that can be controlled outside by race control. We leave that to them. We're not stewards. We're just pointing out what's happening on the racetrack, people. Yeah, it is just some situation that sometimes get out of hand. But talking about the lead, right? For Lucignoli, I think it's going to be problematic, the fact that he has Beckley behind, and he has two drivers that probably want to unlap themselves. So this is where the confusion can start, because right now they all get a clean slate of sorts, and they're going to resume a green flag racing. It's just to see how that is going to go on once the green flag is dropped. If the back marker cars will try to get themselves unlapped, if they're going to go that aggressive and maybe get in the way of the faster cars or the cars that are meant to outlap them, or how's it going to play out? If the outlap cars are going to follow them and try to, break some ground.
So, 11 hypercars on the lead lap. In LMP2, there are 5 on the lead lap. Yes, I think that's right. 5 on the lead lap in LMP2. And in Pro-Am, there are 4 on the lead lap. LMGT3, there was 17 earlier. Let's see if it still is. Yeah, 17. One big thing as well, just to quickly mention before we go back green here, Lorenzo. 191, Max Andrews, who had that big smash up to bring out the full course yellow that came just 2 minutes before this virtual safety car and safety car period. They are only 1 lap down despite having a 15-minute repair. That is very, very good fortune for them.
For contact under safety car.
Yeah, I think
let's see some conservative.
I really want to believe the virtual safety car helped them quite a lot. That's the only thing I can think of. Sometimes virtual safety car can work like one.
It absolutely did on that occasion.
For example, my team right now, we got, if we can say in the hindsight, because of virtual safety car and the gap between the FC wide and the VSC, we got prejudice of getting 2 places. But anyway, it's racing. There's nothing much we can do about it. We're just gonna let our pace try to dictate how the race will go by when moving forward.
Absolutely. Well, the drivers are making their way towards the end of another lap here under the safety car now, with 20 hours and 5 minutes to go. Does not look like we're going green this time, as we complete 50 laps. So yeah, another period of time under safety car to come. So in this safety car, before we go back green, we'll be handing over to Matthew Duffin and Ashley Denman in about 5 minutes time to take you to the green here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. But it's been an entertaining first 4 hours here, Lorenzo. There's no doubt about that. I mean, it has been, filled with drama. The top contenders having trouble. I mean, even in the last few moments we've seen that. João de Gregorio is still on pit lane at the moment. Has been for nearly 7 minutes and is down in 17th position at the moment in the hypercar class. That's a huge story down in the hypercar class. We've also seen the 191 have that big crash with Max Andrews, who, with that fortunately timed virtual safety car, has still managed to stay just 1 lap down here and right in this race. I mean, some good fortune there, but some big drama as well. Those are 2 of the big contenders who were at the front to begin here and are now having, or have had, some very long repairs.
Yeah, quite surprising to see that. Of course, one got the lucky end of the stick, the other one got the short end of the stick. To be fair, and let's be honest, I think João got a really unlucky with the wheel failure, and hitting hard the wall, because I think it just accrued a lot of damage on his car. But I think he's not going to lose a full lap.
All right, attention all cars.
Our team.
To the end of line.
Here we go. Let's
Penalties.
see.
We will be issuing
1 sec.
another pass around. So prepare for pass around.
Oh dear.
All cars, pace on the left side.
We're getting another pass around because of the end of line penalties.
If you are issued a pass around, pass around on the right side, expedite to catch the
these the slight weird things with disconnections and so on mean that some people haven't got pass arounds who otherwise would have done, and all sorts. So there are going to be some changes here.
Yeah, much shorter list this time by. I got the list right here.
Yeah, okay.
So the Impact number 7, LMP2 got a wave around. The Revolution number 52 Pro-Am, LMP2 got the wave around. Rosso LMP2, Tri-State LMP2, a Pro-Am. The Grow Racing Team 14 got the wave around, and the Rick Racing Team number 87 got the wave around. So mainly LMP2 prototype cars that got a wave around, since the number 21 W2E Pro GP car is leading right now.
Yeah, instead of the Turn 1 number 11. So I must admit, I did think the order looks a little bit strange in LMP2. But anyway, that's fixed now. So all of the LMP2s are going to be on the lead lap, and in Pro-Am, all but 1 are going to be on the lead lap. So it's effectively a clean slate, if you like, in LMP2 in both classes.
Yeah, pretty much. The best part about this is because they notice, the drivers in the team notice about this, and now they are in the lead. I just
sorry. Somebody spun in the background. Oh, it's the leader. No,
going, man.
Baldwin's gone round. I mean, how has he managed that?
How?
I'm sure
Did
that's
he
going to be
catch too much
replayed in your
curving?
Discord plenty of times.
Oh no, he's not gonna see the end of it.
How is this possible? Let's see. He's trying to spin up the rears to... Oh no, he's been hit! Been hit. That was the look of someone who'd been hit there. It's Aston Martin, I think, that's just not concentrating. Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
dear. That's what happens under a long yellow, isn't it? You're constant. It's almost harder to concentrate under one of these long yellows than it is under a green flag conditions.
Yeah, I'm baffled. I'm honestly baffled. But then again, it's like nothing much you can do about it. The car is damaged. You can see it's damaged. I don't know if they have a meatball on it though. Just crazy how this one progressed, man.
Well, I mean, are they going to be able to retake their position in the train? I presume not.
They up to that's something I probably would have to talk with race control.
Yeah. Well, as I say, it just shows, doesn't it, that concentration is almost more difficult. And here we go. Bodron is going to be able to retake that position in the train, I think, here. So we'll return, and I think rightfully, given the fact that it wasn't his fault, that one. So bit of drama in LMP2, a bit more, but in the end, no harm done, I don't think, with any damage. So we're coming towards the end of the first 4 hours. Should remind you, by the way, on the stream that we'll very soon be, very very soon, be popping over to the race part 2. So if you use the link in the YouTube chat, which has just been posted, then you can join us again for part number 2, where we'll continue coverage here, as we will all throughout the day and night here at the 24 Hours de la Sarthe here today. But let's just sum up this first 4 hours, Lorenzo, before we go. I mean, what a fantastic first 4 hours it has been. It has been interrupted towards the end with the safety car, of course. The last hour, indeed, has been under safety car. However, so much drama, so much action, and a very enjoyable race so far.
Oh, they have to take some clean evasive action right there, but yeah, been interesting first 4 hours of racing. Good racing overall. Lots of battles in the field. I think now with whenever we get a green flag, we're gonna get that all reset. Looking forward to see how the reset is gonna go down for everyone. So looking forward to see what Ashley and Matthew are gonna bring us up to the table.
Yeah, we'll be crossing over to them very very soon. Just getting the second stream sorted. But very very soon we'll be seeing a restart. I mean, we'll hand over to them before the restart for continuity. But what do you think we are going to see on this restart here? Because the reason why I say that,
madness.
Well, yeah. Apart from that, the reason why I say that is because this Sarthe car has constantly gotten to the front after pit stops, as it has here, and then slowly been dragged back by those behind and lost positions. But I wonder whether that will be different or the same because of this safety car interruption here. That means, yes, they've still gotten to that front in terms of the pit strategy, but are they going to be dragged back and overtaken afterwards again, I wonder?
Yeah, I think this is a good topic to talk about. Like I said, I think the topic for Alessio and that Sarthe car is, one, will they be able to hold the pace against Peckley's attack right now? Because basically everybody's on the same field. Will Fischer, Orozco, and Albrecht, which are behind, go aggressive to try to take one lap back? I know Hikaru is going to be. He's going to try to take his lap back. But the thing is, right behind them is Jordan Eriksson, Seth Neufeld, and then Max Andrews. So you have a little bit of a mixture of back markers with the guys that are fighting for the lead of this race. So prototype, the hypercar can get extremely confusing and nerve-wracking at the start. Those at leading right now, they might need their nails and start biting them right now.
Absolutely. Well, very, very shortly we'll be swapping over to part 2 of our stream. So, yeah, if you want to see the restart, then do click on the link in the YouTube chat. or indeed go to the channel itself, the ACV TV channel, and you can pop over to part 2, where we will be live with this restart, which is coming up in a short while, hopefully very, very soon. But there's less than 20 hours to go now in the 24 Hours de la Sarthe here in 2026. It's been a wonderfully dramatic race so far, and a lot of fun to bring this to you. I've been Leary alongside Lorenzo Bonda, of course, and in the next couple of moments we'll be handing over to Matthew Duffin and Ashley Denman, who will be bringing you live commentary of the restart and indeed the next 4 hours of this race, heading into the evening time here at Le Mans as well. Just waiting to see whether we get to the end of this safety car with a green flag just at the moment. Alright, well, we've switched over to part 2 now, so make sure you go over there and join Matthew Duffin and Ashley Denman for the restart here at the 24 Hours de la Sarthe in 2026.